Okay. How about now?
Speak to the microphone.
Okay. So, welcome. Good evening. It's great to see everyone. We are here for our regular scheduled December City Council meeting. If you all wouldn't mind standing and joining me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. If you all be seated, please. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Councillor Bouchard.
Here.
Mayor Boulay.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Chimplin.
Present.
Councillor Fennessy.
Present.
Councillor Grady Sexton.
Here.
Councillor Keach.
Here.
Councillor Kretovic.
Here.
Councillor Mattson.
Here.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councillor McNamara.
Here.
Councillor Nyan.
Present.
Councillor Pierce.
Here.
Councillor Rice-Hawkins.
Here.
And Councillor Todd.
Here. It's good to see everyone. At this time, I'll recognize Mayor-elect Champlin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd like to read a resolution. The State of New Hampshire, by His Excellency Christopher T. Sununu, Governor, a commendation in the year of our Lord 2023 to James Boulay, Mayor of the City of Concord. Whereas Mayor James Boulay, a proud son of the capital city of Concord, is ending his service to the city as its 56th mayor after 26 years in elected office, and it is fitting and appropriate for the state of New Hampshire and its citizens to recognize such a remarkable record of community service. And whereas during his tenure as city councilor for a decade and his service as the longest serving mayor in the history of the city of Concord, Jim served with 2 city managers, 5 police chiefs, 2 directors of general services, 3 tax assessors, 2 finance directors, 3 human services directors, 3 city clerks, 2 human resources directors, 2 city solicitors, and 3 information technology directors, no gold rings. A position that didn't exist when Jim began his service. And whereas during Jim's 26 years with the city, he has served with over 52 different members of the city council and has always found ways to work productively with all his colleagues to advance the best interests of Concord and its residents and businesses. And whereas while in office, Jim attended more than 574 city council and finance committee meetings, and by the official estimate of the city of Concord, attended approximately 3,120 other committee meetings, spending over 10 full years of his life in hours on those meetings alone.
I never claimed to be that smart.
And whereas this tally does not include any of the hundreds of meetings with city staff, ribbon-cutting ceremonies, meetings held with state officials and businesses in the capital city. And whereas during his tenure as mayor, the city of Concord prospered and progressed as a city through a number of initiatives and accomplishments led by Jim and City Hall, including the redevelopment and revitalization of Main Street and the downtown core, the creation of numerous arts and performing venues, the redevelopment of the Pennacook area of the city, the improvement of the Heights area of the city, the improvement of the library and the refurbishment of city recreational facilities, the construction of a community center, the growth of the tax base through the redevelopment of Horseshoe Pond and other commerce hubs in Concord, the maintenance of strong relations with the state government and its various agencies headquartered in the city, the creation and support for housing opportunities for the most vulnerable citizens, and his leadership in making Concord the most welcoming and supportive community in New Hampshire for new Americans. Now, therefore, I, Christopher T. Sununu, Governor of the state of New Hampshire, do hereby commend Mayor James Boulay for his many years of valued service to the city of Concord and the Granite State, applaud him for all that he has done to support our citizens with his leadership, and wish him all the best in the years to come. In testimony thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the state of New Hampshire to be affixed this 11th day of December 2023. Christopher T. Sununu, Governor. I would also like to add, although it wasn't in the resolution, that one of the significant byproducts of the downtown project was to make that section of Main Street, which was rebuilt, accessible to citizens of all physical abilities.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to tell you the other half of the story. You ready? So the clerk called and said, "Hey, let's figure this out. Like, how much time did you actually spend in this room?" And so we started going through counting and such. And then we got the idea, like, well, how much have you been paid over the past 26 years? So we figured that out. So we figured out that my hourly rate was 18 cents an hour before taxes. And as I'm going to say it before he says it back there, you get what you pay for. So. Okay, thank you very much. So we do have the minutes of November 13th, 2023 before us. Is there a motion?
Move approval. Approve.
Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes of November 13th. Any changes? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Tonight, we have before us a resolution proclaiming December 2023 as Capital Region Food Program Month. You want to come up and join us? Tell you what, I'm going to start. I'm going to read this if you don't mind, and then you talk a little bit. Okay, perfect. So this is Resolution 9592 proclaiming December 2023 as Capital Region Food Program Month. Whereas the Capital Region Food Program is an all-volunteer, nonprofit organization established in 1974 because of the grave problem of hunger in the greater Concord area. And whereas the Capital Region Food Program marks its 50th consecutive year in providing food for the hungry through its holiday project. And whereas refinements in the project are a undertaking, originally in 1974, the baskets provided enough food for Christmas holiday alone and evolved into providing food for the holiday meals plus up to 3 weeks of additional meals. With the changing landscape, the Capital Regional Food Program made another refinement, launching its holiday voucher pilot project in 2022. Recipients were able to select the food items most appropriate for their family, being mindful of their needs, including but not limited to food sensitivities, gluten-free, low-sodium, low-fat, vegetarian, vegan, and other dietary restrictions. And whereas the program has expanded its operations to include year-round distribution to the area food pantries and soup kitchens, supporting their great work, which is accomplished by purchasing and distributing at no cost to the participating agencies enough food to provide over 5,900 meals per month. Whereas COVID-19 caused the Capital Region Food Program to re-engineer its holiday food basket project and its evolution into the new holiday project. The Capital Region Food Program has continuously adhered to and aligned with its values, which include collaboration, cooperation, responsibility, mindfulness, safety, and community considerations. In keeping with these values, the 2023 holiday project continues to take proactive steps to maximize safety, helping those in need, while still accomplishing its mission of assisting individuals and families in need. And whereas the impact of all these volunteer organizations, and all volunteer organizations, I want to underline that, community-wide effort has resulted in over 3,600 tons of food having been distributed to the food insecure in Concord and surrounding 17 communities over the past 49 years, with items purchased valued in excess of $3.6 million. In addition, the Capital Region Food Program has distributed donated food items with a value estimated at $1.675 million. The combined value of purchased and donated food exceeds $5.27 million. Now therefore be resolved that the month of December is designated Capital Region Food Program Month in the City of Concord, and be it further resolved that the community be encouraged to participate, contribute, and support the Capital Region Food Program now and throughout the year. In City Council, November 13th, passed, signed by myself. So thank you very much for all you do. I think the resolution sums up. I want to read it because I think it's important to note that it's an all-volunteer effort. The fact that you do this year-round is significant to our community, and welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Elena Aloyas. I'm the current chair of the Board of Trustees for the Capital Region Food Program, and with me is Tim Grothy, our vice chair. There was quite a bit put in that resolution. Thank you so much for
Can
reading
you
that.
pull your mic closer so I don't get yelled at?
Man, I can't pick the right seat. I can't get close enough to the mic. This is why I'm a guest and not here with all of you.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, well, thank you. So again, I'm the current chair of the Capital Region Food Program, and while there's a lot of information given out in the resolution there, the keynotes to make for you is that based on the success of the changes that we did last year, moving to the voucher model being so successful, we formally adopted that as our permanent structure for the holiday project moving forward. We are slated to have a 25% increase in serving families that are food insecure this season. So we will be helping about 2,200 families, just a little over 7,000 individuals in Concord and the surrounding 17 communities. The best part about the information that we learned last year was what a bigger difference we were able to make. We're really proud that this is our 50th year of doing this. But we think that now, this year, after so many years of being able to refine, and we're on third and fourth generations of participation, that we've been able to evolve even that much further and further meet the needs of those individuals that we are serving. We learned last year that a lot of people were actually using their vouchers later. They can use it till the end of January. We saw a lot more use in January because people had other resources available to them around the specific holiday itself. And we also found that they were purchasing food items that we were not possible to put on a mass scale in our production lines. So we couldn't do fresh and frozen vegetables and fruits, and we couldn't do rotisserie chickens and things like that. That just made it easier for people to be able to purchase there. So we're very happy to be able to continue that work, and we really appreciate all the support that the city has provided us throughout all the years and all of our evolutions, and we're very happy to be here today.
Great, thank you.
Elena summed it up incredibly well, and I'm incredibly grateful for the continued support of Concord and the city and just continuing forward on this endeavor that we've embarked on as an organization. Thank you for inviting us here today, and I look forward for the years to come.
Thank you. Do we have questions? So I just have one. So if I'm watching at home or all these wonderful people in the audience and I want to help, what's the best way that I can help you in your mission?
Well, at this point, the best way is donations. 100% of every dollar does go to the purchase of food, which is one of the unique things about our organization in addition to being an all-volunteer organization. If anyone happens to be going to business after hours tomorrow, the fee to attend has been waived so that people could make a donation because we are the honoree for business after hours. But also on our website, www.capitalregionfoodprogram.org, there's the ability to donate right on our page.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you do, really, and all the volunteers. Appreciate it. If you go around with some people.
Thank you very much.
All right. So that takes us to our consent agenda this evening. No items have been asked to be removed. Do we have a motion on the consent agenda? Move approval.
Second.
Motion made and second to approve the consent agenda. Any, we go, okay, all ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The consent agenda is adopted. That takes us to our public hearings this evening. Item 36A, Madam Clerk.
It's a resolution appropriating the sum of $68,000 for a source development charge study and accepting the sum of $68,000 in drinking water and groundwater trust fund grant funds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Madam Members of the City Council, the City Council authorized the General Services Department to apply for, and we have been awarded funds to complete a source development charge study for water sales beyond the Concord borders. This study will establish fees for water users outside of Concord's boundaries who may receive water service to pay for their portion of the source capacity from Concord. The source capacity includes developing additional water source and the necessary treatment facilities to develop it. Establishing a source development charge protects the City of Concord and its water customers from the burden of paying for source expansion that may be driven by consumption outside the city limits while helping neighboring communities correct contaminated water supplies. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the manager? Seeing that, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Anybody wishing to testify? evening and welcome.
Good evening, mayors, members of the city council, city manager, and city clerk. I'm Roy Schweiker, and I would like to extend this. Supposedly, we're going to be spending $26 million to develop water distribution additionally on the heights, and I'd like to see that go to the people that hook up to that distribution. I think that the current water users should not be paying to subsidize new water users. If you've got to add stuff for the new water users, they should be paying a hookup fee to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Swiker? Appreciate you coming out tonight. Anybody else
Excuse
wish-
me, You're on a point of order. I just want to make to let you know that I should have recused myself from consent agenda item 27.
Okay, just hold that for 2 seconds. When I close that, we'll do this. Anybody else wishing to testify on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Brown,
I just wanted to say that I wanted to recuse myself from that item. I missed it.
just which item?
It was item number 27.
Thank you very much. That's all. I was looking for. Okay, Madam Clerk, item 35B, please.
It's a resolution appropriating the sum of $24,657 for law enforcement-related programs and accepting the sum of $24,657 in unmatched grant funds from the United States Department of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Members of the City Council, this grant will allow the Concord Police Department to replace and update older technologies currently in use and purchase new equipment as needed to maintain our ever-changing efforts in the law enforcement environment. In addition, these funds will be utilized to offset costs associated with providing enhanced training to department personnel in specialized areas. As with prior years, there is no match required for this grant. However, again, we will enter into a memorandum of understanding with the County of Merrimack on programming and allotment of funds. Under this agreement, the Police Department will receive $19,657 for technological upgrades, equipment purchases, and training, while the County of Merrimack will receive $5,000. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Anybody wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, item 35C, please.
Yes, it's a resolution appropriating the sum of $20,200 to assist the library's mission in providing a variety of equitable services to patrons at the Concord Public Library and accepting the sum of $20,200 in grant funds from the Concord Public Library Foundation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
And members of the council, the Concord Public Library Foundation awarded this money to support the library and its patrons. This grant will cover such items as the purchase of multicultural artwork, museum passes, the Library of Things, Wonder Books, e-bike support, and a large, and a very, very important piece, a new large format scanner for preservation. Also, giveaways at community events will be included. The check covers the period from January 1, 2024 to December 31, 2024. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions for the manager? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to testify on this item? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, item 35D, please.
It's a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a purchase and sales agreement with the Dupree Company or related entity to acquire real estate located at 4 Booton Street and 124 North State Street for the police headquarters project, appropriating the sum of $4,090,000 for the acquisition and purchase of real estate located at 4 Booton Street and 124 North State Street, and authorizing the issuance in bonds and notes in the sum of $4,090,000 for this purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Members of the council, I'd ask Mr. Walsh, Deputy City Manager of Development, to come forward and present.
Good evening, Mr. Walsh.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. You have the item before you as read by the clerk. Just some quick background. So the premises was formerly owned by the Concord Group Mutual Insurance Company. Concord Group relocated its operations to southern New Hampshire earlier this year. Early last summer, the Concord Group offered the property to the Dupree Company originally for $3.6 million. The price was negotiated down to $3.5. In exchange for some inducement to terminate lease agreements that it had with the Dupree Company for other properties in Concord that it occupied. The Dupree Company signed a purchase and sale agreement for the premises in early September. Originally, our intention when we started conversations was to try and arrange a deal whereby the Dupree companies would sign a purchase and sale agreement, and that agreement would have been assigned to the city. Following our due diligence, we would have then proved favorable, gone forward with closing the transaction. However, that approach was not viable because the Concord Group was not willing to hold out for the amount of time that the city needed to complete our due diligence, which is about 6 months. As such, and subject to tonight's outcome, the Dupree Company's plans to acquire the premises by the end of this calendar year, December 31st, and hold the property for up to 6 months so the city may complete its due diligence to determine if the property is suitable for a new police headquarters. Some quick information about the premises. It's 2 separate lots combined. They have about 2.16 acres of land, a little over 700 feet of frontage on multiple streets, primarily North State Street, Boonton Street. 38,000 square foot building, gross, constructed in 1957, 113 parking spaces. The property is centrally located and has excellent proximity to I-93, I-393, and Route 3. It has uniquely 3 driveways and has access to 2 signalized intersections directly, which is ideal. It's served by all major utilities. There are no wetlands or steep slopes. There are no known environmental issues for soil or groundwater. It's inside the city's urban growth boundary, which is desirable. It's where we target new development to occur. The assessed value of the property is $3,346,000. It's both lots combined. I would note that our equalization ratio right now is 79.4%. So when you apply that, it would actually suggest a market value of about $4.2 million. The purchase price is $3.5. Speaking of the purchase price, as noted earlier, Mr. Dupree's negotiated a price of $3.5 million, which he's providing to the city. In addition, our purchase price, our acquisition cost will include carrying costs that are incurred by the Dupree Company. We're estimating those are about $451,000. There's a detailed summary of what that estimate is in Exhibit B of the purchase and sale agreement, which is page 16 of that agreement. It's important to note that we will only pay those carrying costs that are actual, verifiable, and commercially reasonable. The carrying costs include utilities, buildings and ground maintenance, bank fees, and interest payments on financing that the Dupree Company is securing on a short-term basis to finance their acquisition of the property. Of the $451,000 of carrying cost estimated, approximately $296,000 of that are bank fees and interest costs. So that's what that number primarily is made up of. You have a 180-day due diligence period based on when we think the purchase and sale agreement would be signed. If the council wants to move forward tonight, we anticipate a closing on or before June 12th of 2024. The purchase is subject to satisfactory completion of our due diligence. Speaking of due diligence, in June, the City Council appropriated $75,000 as part of the fiscal 24 budget for CIP 643. We're going to use those funds, which were meant for a site selection study, and use them for due diligence purposes for this transaction. The due diligence will include title review to make sure the title is clean, marketable, and insurable, Phase 1 environmental site assessment, hazardous building materials survey, as well as a space program and schematic design for 2 specific options for the property. One of those will be adaptive reuse of the existing structure. Staff will return to the City Council to present the results of the due diligence exercises prior to closing. We would anticipate that return to council would happen sometime in the late winter or early spring. The acquisition budget, as you know, is $4,090,000. There's a detail on page 5 of the staff report that discusses how those funds will be used. That excludes the $75,000 previously appropriated by the council back in June for diligence. And I won't go through that unless council has questions. Looking ahead, again, we'll return to the council in the late winter, early spring with the results of the due diligence. In the meantime, as we start preparing the fiscal 25 budget, we'll be looking ahead to potential design and construction costs for a new police station, but also funds to study potential renovation of the City Hall campus and adaptive reuse of the police station for governmental purposes. Those are all decisions that the next council will be making. In your packet tonight, there is a full copy of CIP 643 as adopted in the fiscal 24 budget. So if you have any questions about what's currently carried as placeholders, emphasis on placeholders for a new police station, that information is there. In summary, staff recommends proceeding forward as this is a unique property and an excellent opportunity for the community. Again, subject to our due diligence, the property appears to have the potential to satisfy the police department's unique needs. Those needs are outlined in the 2021 needs assessment of the current facility. Relocation affords the city the opportunity to potentially relocate and consolidate the prosecutor's office into the police station. That would be ideal for operations, improved efficiency, but it would also help the city save on rent. We're currently renting a facility at about $41,000 a year. The new facility will help the police address its operational concerns and inefficiencies, achieve accreditation, as well as strengthen morale and help with recruitment and retention. property is being offered by a willing seller. There is no eminent domain that's required. And again, if the police headquarters is ultimately relocated from the campus, the former police station would potentially allow the city some flexibility in how we address other departmental needs here at the campus. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Who has questions for Mr. Walsh? Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Could you, you mentioned that this might give us an opportunity to consolidate with the prosecutor's office. Are you also considering the Human Services Department?
We haven't talked about that expressly, but it's something we could look at if the council wants us to look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Pierce.
One quick one. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Can you tell me, has there been any commercial interest other than the city in this building that you know of?
Not that I am aware of, and I believe it was more or less a direct deal between the Concord Group and Mr. Dupree's organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name was taken, I don't know, I apparently am half here. Mr. Walsh, removing this building from the tax roll, that's going to cost the city a loss of about $29,000 in revenue, tax revenue. Is that correct?
It's
The assessed value of 3,000 or 3 million something. Sorry.
times approximately $27,000 per thousand, so it's actually more than that. So yes, there is a cost.
Apologies, I meant only the city portion.
Oh, my apologies. So yes, so the tax rate is the municipal portion of the tax rate is approximately a third of the tax rate. So yes, that would be around that order of magnitude.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, did I miss?
Yeah, just one, sorry, I was a latecomer. So when you state that the figure in the CIP is a placeholder, would you define what that means?
It means when the FY24 capital improvement program was adopted back in June by the council, there are some numbers in fiscal 26 and 27, I believe. And my recollection is that $2.5 million was carried for design of a facility and $25 million was carried for a new facility. Those numbers were placeholders based on what we believe we're seeing in the marketplace, based on what we thought the facility will be, but it wasn't tied to a specific location, a specific site, anything like that. So it was an effort to try to let the community know that this was on the horizon, to let the council know from a financial perspective this is out there so we can plan for it, but it was not tied to a specific site. So therefore, as we start tying ourselves to a specific property, we'll be adjusting those numbers, and given the schematic design and space program that we're going to be doing as part of our diligence, we'll be able to come back to the council with a more realistic budget estimate based on this specific location once we conclude that process.
Super, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Quick follow-up on Councilor Champlin's question. The placeholder number that is in the CIP, is a portion of that intended to cover acquisition costs?
So, in the CIP as it is today, there's the $75,000 that was appropriated in '24 for site selection study for potential new headquarters. We had $2.5 million for design, and we had $25 million for construction. We did not have any real estate acquisitions part of that number.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
This time, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Is anyone wishing to testify?
Yeah.
You go first.
Thank you.
My name is Knapstead. I'm Ward 5.
I apologize, sir. Could you just introduce yourself one more time?
Yes, my name is Tracy Knapstead.
Thank you.
I live in Ward 5 here in Concord. And it's great to see all of our council people here tonight and all of our guests here. Although I have to say, I wonder who picked this venue because it's awfully small for the number of people who are here. But I'm glad to see our men in blue, just in case the Trumpers decide that they're going to storm the Capitol. So I feel safe. That's good. Great to see Mayor Booley and our Mayor-elect, Mr. Champlin. Byron Champlin was my student at one time. He was a good student.
You're being generous.
Okay, he was a very good student. Anyway, about the purchase of the site for the new police station. This turnover here, flipping this real estate is a really good deal for Mr. Dupree. $1 million to hold on to it for a few months and then turn it over to the city, sounds pretty good to me. But I would want to make sure that Concord follows through and make sure that when they purchase this property, that they get in there and they do a very expensive asbestos evaluation of the site. And then they want to get in there and do a very, very expensive asbestos mitigation of the site. And then they want to get in there and do a very, very, very expensive, tear the roof off the building and put a new roof on the site. And then do a very, 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 very expensive decision that they really don't want this thing. They're going to tear it down and they're going to build a new building. Does that sound like anything you know about? Yeah. Okay. So what is the guarantee to the people in Concord that this is going to be a good deal? I don't see it coming. On top of, we're going to build a new bridge across the Merrimack River. We're going to build a roundabout at McKee Square. Where are the long-term projects, the thinking about the long-term projects? Are we going to put solar equipment on the top of the new garage at Stickney? I don't think that's in the project there. How about the solar equipment that we installed on top of the Everett Arena? Oh, well, there was none. Oh, okay. How about the solar equipment we put on top of the Dewey School? Oh, we didn't do that either. How about when we put a new roof on Concord High School, we put a lot of solar equipment on there to help mitigate the costs of... No, we didn't do that either. How about when we built the bus station? No, we didn't do that either. We didn't. How about when we put that new retail space down on Store Street? No, there was no solar equipment down there. Concord taxpayers are expected to just keep coming up with more and more and more money for these terrific projects that you city fathers decide that we're going to come up with. And what about the carbon footprint of these projects going forward? Are we mitigating the impact on our climate? No, we're not doing that. Concord has a very, very poor record of looking into the future. And I just hope that this is a good time for the people in this town to look forward to Beaver Meadow. Well, it would have been great to have the city council people here at our school board meeting a week ago when the school board rammed broken ground down our throats. But no, there wasn't a one of you there, as far as I know. I might be wrong.
I was there.
You were there. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate this is actually rather enjoyable. I appreciate this.
Yeah,
If you
well,
could
I'm glad.
if
Please
we could-
don't
if we
interrupt.
could-
I'm
if we-
speaking now.
If we could
This
nail
isn't my
down-
turn to talk.
But if we could
You
nail
got
down-
plenty of turn to talk. This is my turn to talk. So now it's time for Beaver Meadow. I didn't see anything in those beautiful sketches and those pictures in the Monitor about solar equipment on the roof of the new facility there. Not a one. So we're just going to keep paying. We're just going to, Concord taxpayers are just going to keep paying and paying and paying. And personally, I don't see the value of it. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Mayor-elect, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Mr. Dupree? Sure.
Good evening. I'm Steve Dupree. I know you have a long agenda, so I just want to correct one thing because I think there are some people who haven't had access to the information you have. Concord Group, when they left Concord, many people aren't aware that they also rented space in addition to Booton Street from me at the old Lincoln/Chubb headquarters. They left as part of that movement. When they left, we've had a great relationship with them. We're sorry they left. They're a great tenant, great part of Concord. But for business decisions, they've moved south. As part of winding up my relationship with them, I asked that if they ever sold Booton Street, if they would consider offering it to me. They were very good about saying we're going to have it appraised to figure out its value. They did. Before it went on the market, they called me. The price was $3.6 million. I asked if in consideration for some other things in wrapping up their lease, if they would discount it $100,000 to $3.5 million. They did. I put it under agreement. I knew that the city had an interest in it. Rather than me developing it for other uses, I brought it to the city's attention. I think it's a wise decision. I know the former speaker's a teacher, and teachers love facts, so here is a fact that I want everybody who hasn't read the reports to know in Concord. I am not making a dime on this. 100% of the costs that you've had reported to you that are in the public report are the costs of me getting short-term financing for an empty building. Not one penny. I actually would like to amend the purchase and sale agreement at the end so I get $1. So I can add it to the $1 I got for the courthouse and the $1 I got for the Bank of New Hampshire Stage and the $1 I got for the League of New Hampshire Craftsmen. So I can have a collection of $1 for these projects. But I want to make sure that the former speaker's representation that I was making a dime on this is corrected on the record. I am not making a penny. It takes a lot of time and effort and potential risk, and also encumbrance of my credit while we do this. I am doing it because I love this city. It's a great opportunity for the city. The city has been incredibly good to me, and we have the finest police department in the state, in my view, and this will give them an opportunity to have a better home. Those are the facts. Thank you.
Questions, Dupree? I'll tell you what. Hold on.
Done?
Yeah, hold on just 2 seconds.
I raised my hand.
You have a question?
I do, but I'm going to let
Go
you
ahead.
speak first, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Dupree, if the council were not to vote in favor of this, would you be redeveloping this property?
Either redeveloping it or letting it go back on the open market. I've got quite a few projects on tap right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I can't give you $1, but I may be willing to come up with 18 cents for you.
Haven't you accrued all those? Come on, you got it more.
You have to work another hour.
Yeah. I think you may be doing that tonight. Thanks.
Who else would like to testify? Mr. Swider. Welcome back.
Hello, I'm still Roy Schweiker. And what I'd like to say is that we have this procedure in this city that in June you spend a lot of time working out the budget and, trading off different, wants and needs, and you come up with a budget. And it only takes us 50% to pass that budget, but it takes 2/3 to amend it later. On the other hand, the capital budget, because it's, what's the word I want? Encumbering the city for future years, it takes 2/3 in the initial budget vote for the capital budget. And so my feeling is to amend the capital budget, it should not take a mere 2/3. It should take 3/4 or more. If you multiply it out, it's a little more than 3/4 to make it the same increment as you have for the 1/2 to 2/3. So my feeling is if you're going to add things to the capital budget, you need a stronger majority to pass them than just adding things to the regular budget. So that's the first thing on this. The second thing I'm going to say is, you know, we took my neighborhood park and built a courthouse on it. And the reason for it was because, you know, it would be convenient for lawyers. And then as soon as we do that, we move the city solicitor's office from City Hall out to Horseshoe Pond. Now we're going to move it to Booton Street. So, you know, if you really wanted the courthouse there to make it convenient, why don't we have the city prosecutor's office a little bit closer instead of sticking it out far away? And the other thing I have to say is, I think that I agree with Councilor Kretovic on this item at least, and that is that this is a property that should be developed commercially. You may remember, or probably most of you don't, that when we were relocating the General Services Garage, one important feature of it was to put it in a place that was not valuable to the other developers. You know, put it somewhere that would not take property off the commercial market. And I think that this building here is an example of a building that has a great future on the commercial market. And so thereby putting the police headquarters in a building like that and taking money off the market is a bad idea, more particularly because I think you're going to find that this building is not what you want for a police headquarters. If you read the stuff that they want a garage, they want a sally port. Not in this building, they don't have them. So what you're going to do is you're going to spend $4 million to buy this building. Then it's going to cost $4 million to tear down Runlet. So let's say it's going to cost the same $4 million to tear down this building. Now you bought yourself a vacant lot for $8 million. You could do better. I think this is a bad project. I think you should encourage Mr. Dupree to do just what he said, either redevelop himself or sell it to a real developer and find yourself a better location for a police station. The police station, the officers do not all sit around the station playing pinochle. They're, you know, distributed around the city on patrol. So it's not as important to have the police station centrally located as it might be some different facility like the General Services Garage, which is not centrally located, but anyway. So I guess I've told you, I think this is a bad idea. You're going to be spending far too much money for what's going to wind up as a vacant lot, and you should let Mr. Dupree get us some tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Councilor Pierce?
Thank you. Mr. Schweiker, I have sat here for 4 years, and you have never resisted an opportunity to come up and speak your mind on a project or a procedure. I just want to thank you for that. I rarely agree with you, but I appreciate I appreciate the research you do and the thought you put into it, and I think you add a lot to the city. So thank you very much.
And this is your last chance to say that.
It is. Well, I wasn't sure. There's other items. I figured you make them up again. But
One more, maybe.
maybe one. I just wanted to get that in. Thank you.
All set? Thank you. Who else would like to testify on this item? Anybody? Good evening and welcome, Mr. Rayner.
Good evening, Mayor Belay and council.
Could you just pull
Thank
the
you
mic?
for the opportunity.
Can you pull the microphone closer if you don't mind?
Okay, is this better?
Perfect.
Name is Ron Rayner, Ward 5. I have read the report in preparation for this testimony this evening. I have read the report, staff report, as well as the purchase and sale agreement. So my first comment is that I'm not questioning the needs for the assessment for new police headquarters, either new or expansion thereof. I accept that. My question really focuses on more timing and procedural matters. And as far as Steve and his character, he's done nothing but good things for the city. High five. But, you know, I question, why is there an intermediary? Why didn't we just buy it direct through Concord Group? So in reading the purchase and sale agreement, I did notice that the seller, Mr. Dupre, has done a limited hazardous material assessment specifically focused on asbestos. That was, results were given to the city in July. Then it goes on to detail that the city will in fact perform its due diligence, just as Matt Walsh had indicated. Because he failed to acknowledge or respond that it has been completed, So it's in the works, I presume. But the purchase and sale's already been drafted. It's already a done deal. It's ready to go. It's waiting to be signed. And the closing won't be, it does acknowledge, the closing won't be done till the due diligence is performed. The city has the option of questioning aspects of the agreement dependent on the results of the first phase of environmental assessment. But I say, what's the rush? Why do we need to take a vote tonight? Why not wait for the results of the environmental assessment? We should have the results already on asbestos, but there may be other issues relative to PCBs. It appeared that the diligence would be more comprehensive, which I support, relative to energy. Based on the age of the building, I agree with some others, it's likely to be recommended to be torn down, and there's a demo cost. So I would suggest that this be deferred until after the due diligence has been completed, results have been reviewed by the city, further negotiations with the seller, if need be, have been done. That's my comment.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Any questions, Mr. Rayner? Selena, appreciate you coming out. Thank you so much. Anybody else wishing to testify on the property at 4 Booton Street? Welcome.
Hi. Hi, my name is Fallon Andrews. I'm a business owner here in Concord. I own Pillar Gallery and Projects on 205 North State Street. I do believe that this project does have an impact on the cultural and emotional state of New Hampshire. Since the pandemic, we have seen an uptick in police in the city in a way that does make people scared to go out and to enjoy this city, which is such a shame. I was pulling something out of my own gallery the other day, and I had a police officer stop me, questioning me. That shouldn't be normal. That shouldn't be okay here. And if we have another impact on this community that makes the police state bigger here in New Hampshire, I guarantee that we were gonna have, especially for me in my 20s, you're gonna have less business owners. You're going to have less impact from the younger generation because you guys are scaring us. And I want you to know that it is scary. And I just want to say that. And I think the whole community feels that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, this is a super respectful group, and I want to thank you all for being such respectful. But in terms of applauding and no more commenting and such, just kind of let's be respectful of one another and let people say what they need to say, okay? Anyone else wishing to testify on this particular item? Welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor, the City Council. I just want to talk a little bit about my experience.
If you would mind just introducing yourself as well.
My name is Fisto Ndeshimie. You all know me, come on. I just want to talk a little bit about my experience. I've been trying so many times to form a relationship with our police officers, the chief and everybody else, but it's been really difficult to come up with a plan of how we can make this something for Concord to make sure that everybody, residents and new Americans, people who do not understand the concept of having police in our cities, to make sure they're part of that and they understand the idea of police and to bond, to have that relationship. But I haven't been successful in the kind of put hold on that, having to come up with more ideas of more police station and more police in Concord. I think that's a question. You know, where are we going with that? When we haven't even been successful in having safe environment with the current police we have. So, yeah, that's my experience, and I think we should examine what other communities needs or what they think about this idea, and haven't really heard or seen anything, any conversation around that, how minorities or the marginalized communities, new Americans would think about this idea. Even other ideas that we're talking about, I haven't had a conversation about that. And I think everybody needs to have a fair argument within our city government. With that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions? No? Appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, last chance. All right, seeing that, we'll close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, could you read item 35E, please?
Yes, it's a resolution establishing a technology, infrastructure, and equipment capital reserve, appropriating the sum of $112,521.25 as a transfer to the technology reserve, and accepting the sum of $112,521.25 from Breeze Line for this purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Madam members of the council, on December 20, 2021, the city entered into a cable TV franchise agreement with Atlantic Broadband, now known as Breeze Line. Section 7.3 of this part of this agreement requires Breeze Line to pay the city a total of $525,000 over a 10-year term in annual installments of $52,500. On September 27, 2023, the city received a payment for amounts originally due on June 22, 2022 and July 1, 2023, plus interest. The total amount of the payment is $112,521.25. Establishing a reserve accounts for these funds and future payments will allow the city to plan for improvements to capital infrastructure for cabling, equipment, and other projects necessary to maintain city technical services in the PEG access channels. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for the manager? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Anybody wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, item 35F, please.
It's an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Administrative Code, Chapter 35, Classification and Compensation Plan, Schedule D of Article 35-2, Class Specification Index for a Senior Assistant City Prosecutor.
Mr. Manager.
Madam members of the council, the legal department requests the creation of a new position entitled Senior Assistant City Prosecutor. This position would maintain all the responsibilities associated with the Assistant City Prosecutor and take on certain supervisory responsibilities and other administrative functions as assigned by the City Prosecutor. The position will also supervise the office in the event the city prosecutor is unavailable or out of the office for extended periods. So really looking at succession planning here also. With the creation of this position, and when this position is filled, we would reduce the number of full-time assistant city prosecutors from 3 to 2. The creation and hiring this position will not require any additional funding during this fiscal year. The labor grade is 1 step higher than the classification for assistant city prosecutor and 1 step lower than city prosecutor. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Is there any questions? Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. And I admit this might be, I'm not good at math, but as I understood it, the expectation is when we create this position, it doesn't change the total number of attorneys in the prosecutor's office.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then the reference from changing from 3 to 2, is the expectation that we would reduce in the future, or it's just the same and we'll just have a city prosecutor, an assistant, and then the 2 people, or I'm sorry, the senior one and then the 2 below?
2 below. So essentially, we would do it immediately. You would never have a situation where you have an extra position in there.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Good. Well, does anybody try it again? At this point in time, we'll open the public hearing. Is anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, item 35G.
Yes. It's a resolution appropriating the sum of $385,000 for General Services Department retention payments and authorizing the use of $385,000 in unassigned fund balance for this purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Young members of the council, during the past 6 months, the city General Services Department has experienced a critical reduction of staffing levels due to employee resignations. The staffing reduction is in addition to the typical employee staffing level attrition due to retirement. Presently, the General Services has 11 vacant full-time positions and 7 part-time positions related to snow removal operations and is actively recruiting to fill these positions. The shortfall of staffing for winter operations is not unique to Concord. Other communities in the New Hampshire Department of Transportation continue to experience this chronic problem. In an attempt to mitigate the shortfall, the Department of Transportation is providing $5,000 stipend for a second year. In order to mitigate the rapid and acute loss of critical staff associated with winter operations for city streets, sidewalks, the airport, General Services strongly recommends a winter $300 stipend weekly for city full-time staff available and related to winter operations for city streets, sidewalks, and airport. Generally, these stipends will be provided to staff with commercial driver's license. As you know, there's a shortage of those throughout the country right now, addressing winter operations. Further, the General Services recommends a weekly stipend of $150 for staff supporting the performance of winter operations, namely wingers. The director, the deputy director, division heads are not eligible for the stipend. The stipend is critical to remain competitive, retain current employees, and attract new staff that is necessary to provide the level of service Concord has historically enjoyed the past 20 years. Should the staffing levels not return, significant delays will occur in implementing the city's winter operations policies, adversely impacting vehicular traffic during and immediately after the storm, including pedestrian traffic to our community's elementary schools. Continued erosion of staffing levels due to the resignation of employees seeking other jobs will further reduce the department's ability to carry out the city's winter operations policies. The total cost of the stipends is $385,000. An unassigned fund balance may be used as a funding source. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Is there any question of the Mayor? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What are you, Mayor-elect?
No, yes. Councilor Champlin, Mr. City Manager, would it be fair to characterize this stipend as a retention bonus?
Yes, it would.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
But also, I would say also a recruitment bonus.
And a
at the
recruitment
same
bonus.
time,
Good.
recruitment stipend. Same thing.
Anyone else? Okay, so you're going to open the public hearing at this time. Anybody wish to testify? Welcome back.
Hello, it's me again. And it seems like when we did this with the public safety people, it was discovered that in addition to paying the bonuses, there was other things like retirement and Social Security and whatnot that had to be paid. So my question is that going to come out of this amount of money, or is that going to come out of some secret other fund somewhere? And I know you don't answer questions here, but you should be thinking about that as to whether this is the whole amount or whether there's some additional amount lurking somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else want to testify? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, item 35H, please.
It's a resolution appropriating the sum of $10,308,000 in the Beaver Meadow Golf Course Clubhouse and Buildings project for the construction of a new facility and related improvements, and authorizing the issuance of bonds and notes in the sum of $10,308,000 for this purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
And members of the council, Mr. LeBrun, would you like Mr. LeBrun to present?
Sure.
And just so you know, there's also public testimonies received and also additional public testimonies received. So everything up until about what? City Clerk?
Noon today.
Noon. Anything we received by noon today is in here.
Thank you.
Those are zeros. C capital zero, C zero. I think I can handle that. You can type it in because it's not working. C zero. Yes.
So,
Let's turn it on.
All right, you all ready?
We are.
If you mind introducing yourselves.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. To my left, I have Phil Davis, the Director of Operations for Beaver Meadow Golf Course. To my right, I have Doug Proctor from HL Turner Group. And to his right is Brian Garrish from Milestone Construction. Tonight is the presentation for the Beaver Meadow Facility Project. Doug Proctor is going to do the beginning portion of it with the actual design pieces of it. So, Doug.
So what you're looking at here is the proposed site plan for the building. And what we've done is, because there's a large issue with parking on Beaver Meadow Drive, what we've tried to do is increase the parking lot from, presently it's at 96 spaces, and we're up to 220 in this. And then we have a 15,000 square foot building placed where the existing building was, and the event tent has moved a little bit south, contrary to the gentleman prior that was speaking about no solar. It says right there that that's the solar area and the flat area of the top of the building. So there's 6,000 square feet of solar panels planned for up there if you choose to go forward. This is the floor plan. It's 15,000 square feet. It's kind of has 4 different zones in it. So there's the pro shop to the left with 4 simulator bays. There's the top of the building has a dining room and 2 event spaces that face onto the golf course and a patio area there. The center area is storage and kitchen areas, and then the front is restrooms, and then a conference room and ski and classroom and storage. This is a proposed front elevation of the building. It's a single-story building. And the main entrance there going in, and the off to the right side is where deliveries happen off the drive aisle coming in. Another view of the front of the building. Canopy goes all the way through the building, leading you through. So as you walk into the main entrance, you can see straight through the building to the golf course. And then this is the rear view of the pro shop.
Just this button.
Oh, it's lagging. Okay. So this is the patio area in the rear. The set of doors coming out the back is what I was talking about, being able to see through the building. And this replaces the patio of the existing building. Another view of that shot with dining room and 2 event spaces looking out onto that patio space. And those event spaces can also use that patio space for any gatherings. There's a winter shot. You know, we could have dining and drinks or whatever out there during skiing or ice skating or whatnot. Another shot during winter, what's planned.
Ready? Great. Thank you very much, Doug. If I could just get that. Thank you. The committee, with the first meetings with the mayor, there were a number of goals that were put up for consideration. One of them was to be creative and innovative. The second was to continue to keep it as a year-round community facility for everyone to enjoy. Golf, skiing, snowshoeing, elections, special events, and just make it inclusive for everybody in the community. Think long-term for the next 50 to 75 years. Consider the environment, be as green as possible. We've got the solar array on the top, and in the report, there is a consideration for if the council would like to add a geothermal. And then consider a partnership with New Hampshire Golf. And as everybody knows, that was, while it was considered and worked on for many months, New Hampshire Golf ultimately decided that they would go in a different direction. The values to the community, it's a city asset to be maintained, recreational space for, again, golf, cross-country, skiing, skating, and many other activities. Youth golf is very big at Beaver Meadow. Ski the Beav is very big at Beaver Meadow. The Bill Koch Ski League is very big at Beaver Meadow.
And there are many nonprofits that actually host events at Beaver Meadow. During the golf playing season, we have about 23 events, 23 nonprofit events, and that represents about $143,000 of revenue for Beaver Meadow. I don't know how much the revenue is for each one of those nonprofits, but it certainly is a value to the community for whatever they raise during those events. The overall summary of the construction cost, the total is $10.8 million. There was $490,000 that was appropriated last year during the budget process for design and engineering, and that leaves the $10.3 million that is presented here as the consideration for council for an appropriation. The project breakdown, the building construction, that includes demolition of the existing building, that's $5.9 million. The site work for the parking lot, that's $850,000. The site work, that's the site work and parking lot. The site work for walkways in the building, $622. Construction contingency, $738. The construction management fee, $332. Additional engineering, $335. A solar array on the top of the building. We're also considering battery backup so that we can prolong the use of that solar energy that is generated, $250,000. Simulator equipment, $200,000. There would be 4 simulator rooms in the proposed building. Temporary trailers for operations during the construction phase, that's $300,000. Communication, security, access, furniture, $163,000. A generator to keep operations moving along, even if power outages, $60,000. Landscaping, signage, utilities, $188,000. Owner contingency, $203,000. And then commissioning, testing, moving, all other expenses, $158,000. That's how we get to the $10.3 million that's in the resolution for the council. The debt service, or the debt and the interest rate, again, the $10.7 million includes the $490,000 that was originally appropriated, so we added all of it together for this presentation. Looking at a 20-year term on the bond, there are 2 sections of it, or 2 portions of it. One would be an exempt portion, and one could be a taxable portion. We would have to work that out with our bond counsel when we get to that part of the actual bonding of the project, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't understating the amount of interest that would be accrued on the bond. So we used 3.3% for about $8.6 million and 3.75% for about $2.1 million, or $2.2 million for the total 10.7 or 10.8. I had checked with our financial advisors to see what the current rates were going for, and it was about 3.2 to 3.6. So hopefully I'm in the ballpark of what those numbers are for this projection. The debt service breakdown, I know this screen has a lot of numbers on it and it's a little bit difficult to read, but this information is on the city website, both on the Beaver Meadow website and on the city council agenda, so that you can go down and look through it and see all the different pieces. Basically, it's a 20-year bond. The principal amount, the principal and debt service payment for the first year would be $893,744. The Gulf Fund portion of that would be $368,744, and then the general fund support of that would be $525. And I did that same calculation down for each year of the debt service payment, which would be the 20 years. The tax rate impact, that is the part that would impact the property owners. We generally do it on a $300,000 property as we're going through the budget process, so I tried to maintain that for consistency. On a $300,000 property, the first year in 2026, that would be the first year the payment would be due. That would be $30 on a $300,000 property, or $7.50 per quarter. You can see that it does go up slightly through to 2031, and then it starts to drop off through 2044. We were looking at a couple of different grants that we might have potential for. The first one was a Land Water Conservation Fund grant. The maximum grant award is $500,000. In order to apply for the grant or be granted the grant, we would have to comply with the Build America, Buy America. We worked with our construction manager to determine what the additional cost would be in order to comply with that, and it ended up being about $927,000. What I didn't add in here is we would also have to do a full analysis of the property, can't think of the word. Survey. Thank you very much. Full survey of the property, that's my fault. and that would be about $90,000 to do a full survey, so it actually is more than $900,000. It didn't really make sense to do that, and the City Council actually did not authorize us to apply for the grant at their November City Council meeting. The second grant that we took a look at was the CDFA, or the Community Development Finance Authority grant. This was the remaining ARPA funding that they had for community centers in the state. A lot of people probably read what was in the newspaper about it. There was a lot of details regarding the things that needed to be met. We did attend the informational meetings. We met directly with the CDFA staff, and they said that this project just wouldn't qualify under their community center program requirements. We're also looking at the New Hampshire Saves, which is the energy rebates for certainly trying to be as energy efficient as possible. We'll apply for the grants as the project progresses, but we will need to see what the overall usage of energy is in order for them to determine the calculations. We would expect that if we are qualified for that, we'd probably get someplace between $10,000 and $20,000 as a rebate on this. We took a look at geothermal. It is not included in the overall costing of this, but it is something that if the City Council would like to do, it could be added. The capital cost would be about $463,000. It might save about $25,000 in heating costs, which is great, but it will probably cost about $25,000 or more in electricity costs for the electric heat pumps in order to pump the fluids through the geothermal system. One of the things that we talked about with our engineers and the construction manager is that all of the folks that have embarked on geothermal event or geothermal portion of a project, they've come back and said, wow, we just didn't realize how expensive the electricity cost would be on that. And we probably wouldn't be able to use the solar project would be just about enough to use the irregular electricity in the building, probably wouldn't be enough in order to offset any of these costs. There would be some disruption to the course during operation. The pro shop and food service would need to operate from temporary trailers. We'd work at having that, hence the funds that we've set aside for trailers. We'd be working to make it as easy as possible for customers during the construction. Certainly we want to keep our customers as happy as possible and able to play golf, ski, skate, whatever they're doing. We are working on a temporary solution for the simulators during the construction, so we would have to come up with a solution for that. And then have temporary bathrooms that would be more than just simply porta potties for a year. We'd have to do something that would be a little bit more dynamic, especially during the cold weather seasons. The construction timing, it would be about 12 months from start to finish. If approved by the City Council tonight, the estimated start date would be September 2024. The impact of the delayed construction start, it would be about 10% of the total project, so we estimate it would be about $1 million additional cost if the project wouldn't start by next fall. The operational changes to revenues, once we're in full operation, so this would be anticipated the first full year in 2027, we would expect hopefully about $75,000 additional increased simulator revenue and about $50,000 of increased restaurant and event revenue. We do, and I'll show in the pro forma in just a moment, expect that there would be a little bit of a decrease in costs for both simulator and restaurant revenue during the construction phase. We would anticipate increased membership revenue, which is what the City Council approved at their July meeting for the rates for both memberships and daily fees and everything else that they approved at that time. That's included in the pro forma. The increased daily fee revenue, that's $37,000. Excuse me, the membership revenue was $154,000. The daily fee is $37,000, and then all the other revenues were $33,000. The expense changes to operations, we would think that this would start in fiscal year 2026 and then increase annually thereafter. For janitorial staff, we would anticipate a couple of part-time staff in order to keep the building clean 7 days a week. That's $49,000. Janitorial supplies for the year, about $24,000. Simulator supplies, a couple thousand added to what we already have in the existing budget. Repairs and maintenance, $28,000 in addition to what we already have in the current budget. You know, we do think that the first few years of the new building, the repairs and maintenance would not be that substantial, but you know, certainly they will increase a bit as time goes on. Window washing, we left that in there, that was from the original 3-story construction project that we had originally proposed, so that could come out. The clubhouse maintenance reserve, we're proposing to set $50,000 aside each year in order to, into a reserves for future more significant projects, depending on type of roofing and things like that. Certainly we need to add roof, and there would certainly be other capital needs throughout the life of the project, so trying to set some money aside early to get that moving. We expect about $20,000 additional natural gas. If we did the geothermal, obviously that number would change some, but there would be an offset between natural gas and electricity. Electricity, we would think to be an additional $11,000 in addition to what we're already spending. We do think that the solar savings would be about $25,000 on electricity. And water and wastewater, we expect about $6,000 additional, just for larger kitchen, also for additional bathrooms and things like that. And then all the other expenses that we have in the normal pro forma that we kind of move forward on an annual basis is what we're showing. The pro forma is very difficult to see. There's a lot of numbers here. I did hand out to the City Council a little bit larger sheet for everybody to be able to read, but for folks at home and anybody else that would like to see this, they certainly can go to the city website and see all this information. The first 3 lines, or the first 3 columns of the pro forma are in FY23 budget, 23 estimate, and 24 budget. Those are all the exact same that were in the FY24 adopted budget. As you can see at the bottom, the very bottom, where it says ending working capital, that is $731,514. That's what we anticipated for the FY24 budget. Hopefully that will be a little bit more. In FY25, you can start to see the impact of some of the changes of the construction project. The revenue would decrease a little bit for both the simulator and the restaurant, and that's $25,000 each for those years. We would anticipate a gain or a projected net at the end of the year of about $157,000 in 2025, and that would give us an ending fund balance of about $888,000. In FY26, that's when we start to see some of the other revenues come in, and then most of the expenses come through. And that you'll see at the bottom, the projected net is a loss of $329,000. I'll explain that in a moment. If you go down kind of to the middle section, bottom section of the revenues, you can see that the restaurant rent, the adjustment would be continue on for an additional year because we'd still be in that final construction phase piece. We would start to see hopefully some additional simulator revenue because we anticipate that we would have most of the winter season for simulator operations. And then the first portion of the general fund support for debt service, that would be $525 that I identified in the previous slides. If we go down to the expenses, you can see that we have the regular O&M expenses, the transfer out to general fund for general overhead and other items. And then if you look down, you can see the comp fringe, which is $49,261. And then all the other expenses that I kind of identified earlier in the previous slide are listed here. That produces an overall, I'll go down to that last section that would show the clubhouse debt service, the $893,744. That's the first payment for the debt service. So the general fund portion of that would be $525, and then the golf fund portion of it would be $360,000, the number that I had identified in the previous slide. Now that does produce a loss of $329. That's an expected loss in this pro forma because we're starting to work down the fund balance that I identified earlier, and that fund balance of $888,000 now drops down to $559,000. And so we would do the same thing for a few years, and the intent is to try to work on that ending working capital to try to keep it in the positive as the years go on. Not a lot of positive, but to try to keep it in the positive, and that's how we manage the golf fund portion of the debt service and the general fund portion of the debt service. And then each one of those expense and revenue lines we forecasted forward using an adjustment, like CPI adjustment, 2 to 3%, 3 to 4%, depending on which category of expense or revenue that we were looking at. I would like to point out too that in FY26 we also did include a a reduction in revenue for in either daily fees or season passes of about $20,000. For a resident discount, the city manager asked me to include that in here because that was part of the discussion that occurred at the last deliberations for the golf rates. So just to kind of have something in there, and if that discussion comes back, and if that's something that the council wants to do. I'm glad to answer any questions that anybody has, and just anything else that you would like to talk about.
Thank you very much. Who has questions for these gentlemen or for the manager? Councilor Brown.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the background that you provided with your report, and I just want to kind of clarify the timeline. Is it correct that the committee, the first ad hoc committee, the clubhouse committee, traveled around to different clubhouses and envisioned a larger facility before receiving the facility assessment? Is that correct? The facility assessment was not available until the last meeting of that group?
You tested my memory on the dates. I believe the facility assessment was available at the beginning of those meetings.
I believe the first meeting was June 22nd, and the facility assessment is dated November 5th.
So you're right, it was afterwards. Sorry
Right.
about that. Yep.
So it was, and at that meeting, December 2nd, I believe, there were 3 committee members. Was there a member from H.L. Turner who presented the facility assessment to them?
I don't believe anybody from H.L. Turner was at that meeting. At least when I looked at the minutes of the meeting, nobody was listed there.
So that was just the 3 committee members who decided to rebuild versus renovate at that meeting?
The majority of the, if there was the quorum of the committee there to take that vote, yes, ma'am.
The 3. And then I just have another. Oh, yes. One last one about timing. I noticed that in the discussion, it said that Turner Group and Milestone Construction received the winning bids, but Milestone Construction, they were awarded the construction manager bid well before the building committee was seated. They were the construction manager. It was an RFQ for primary projects, the Canal Riverfront Park and the clubhouse, and that was awarded in December. So the Milestone construction manager came first before the design RFQ. Is that correct?
Well, there were 2 pieces of that, Counselor. One of them is that the city embarked on initiative to have a couple of construction managers available to the city in order to get projects completed in a reasonable time frame. The city went out to RFP, and there were 2 construction manager groups that were selected for that. Milestone Construction was one of them. Once we got to the process of getting to the Beaver Meadow facility and hiring one of those 2 firms for the construction manager, we actually reached out to both of those firms, spoke to both of them, and they both submitted a fee proposal to us for what their fee would be in order to construct the project. They were both qualified firms. We were confident that either one would do a good job, but that's how we selected Milestone Construction to actually do this project. They weren't selected for this project. Before that, what you're reading in those items, the Riverfront Park and Beaver Meadow, those were projects that were projected for the future if the council so approved.
Right, ahead of a police station, fire station, playground. They were listed as the primary projects. That's correct for that? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Councilor Bouchard, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. When the Golf Course Clubhouse Committee recommended that to build a new clubhouse and take down the old clubhouse, that report was on the December 13, 2021 City Council consent agenda. And the council did have an opportunity to either remove it from the agenda, but the council did vote and accept that report. And that report was to approve support for a new clubhouse and replace the parking and design money for 2023 capital budget. And that report in December 13, 21, agenda item 18 also included the H.L. Turner facility assessment report. So that was out there for those councilors at that time to see. And the report also asked for a CIP appropriation to do the design for the clubhouse. And that funding was in the June 2022 FY23 budget, in which included the funding for clubhouse design. So councilors had information and time to review and vote whether on the budget or in the December. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if there was an opportunity for an H.L. Turner presentation on the facility assessment, if there was one, to either of the ad hoc clubhouse, the building committee, the golf advisory, or city council, if one was conducted.
I don't think they did. I don't recall that they did.
Thank you. You mentioned that in the pro forma, there's a change to the expected rental fee for the restaurant. Can you just explain how the restaurant operations currently work and how you would anticipate they would work if we choose to build a new clubhouse?
Thank you. So currently, we have an agreement with our current restaurant vendor who's doing a fantastic job at Beaver Meadow. And that is a 3-year agreement that expires in December of 2025. Right now, that vendor pays us approximately $50,000 a year for providing food services to restaurant customers, Beaver Meadow customers. They have the opportunity, the first opportunity, to provide for outings, things like that. So any food and beverage that's sold to Beaver Meadow, for the most part, they have the first opportunity to do that, save for a couple of events that we have included in the contract. As part of that, we also negotiated a clause in there that we were looking at building a new building, and that we understood that there might be some disruption of service in that building during that time. So we would have to come back and come to an agreement on what a reduction in rent would be in order to be fair to all parties based on what the situation was in the length of that time. For a new agreement, we would work with the vendor to come up with a proposal, and either it would be a flat fee like we do now, or most likely, or more likely, maybe come to some sort of agreement where it would be a percentage of sales overall. With a new restaurant that's being designed here, we would anticipate that there would be a higher revenue stream that would come in for restaurants and events and things like that. So we would think that there would be more opportunity for fees. We don't have that, all spelled out right now. Obviously, that's something that we have to do as we go forward, but we still have another couple years left on that contract.
Councilor Pierce?
Thank you. I don't know if you're the right one, Mr. LeBrun, but can you speak to the, in the committee conversations, the replace as opposed to rebuild? Just refresh our memory as to why rebuild was not a good option, if that was the case.
So if you recall, this all started when we put $100,000 in to replace some doors and windows and redo the 2 bathrooms, which are in desperate need of work, as well as all the doors and windows. Certainly, when we got pricing in order to do that, we were way under what the actual costs were going to be. So in the subsequent budget year, we came back to the council and said, that we were asking for another $125,000, basically to do that same work that we had requested the previous year. At that time, the council said, hey, we should take a look at this and not appropriate any additional funds. In fact, we should probably take away the funds that were already done and then put a committee together to take a look at, should we put this kind of money into that facility, or should we look at doing something different? That committee was appointed by the mayor at that time, and the committee got together and looked at a number of different golf courses that had built buildings within the last 10 years, and looked at what their operations were. Looking at that, and then as the facility assessment came in, and looking at the condition of the building, looking at the layout of the building that's there, if you were going to do something different as opposed to putting any money into that building at that time, and it certainly needed a lot more work than just the doors and windows and the bathrooms. you know, it would probably make sense to do something more significant in order to make that facility viable for, you know, the next 50 or 75 years. And so that was really what the committee was looking at and said, does it make sense to put money into this facility? You know, and anybody who's gone and taken a look at the facility, you know, can see that it definitely needs a lot of help, as well as the parking lot and the walkways, and, you know, there's a lot of broken pavement and things that need to be done one way or another. So, and that was really when the, you know, the committee, in their estimation, said, you know what, it probably makes more sense to build a new facility as opposed to doing anything here. And that's when the recommendation came to the city council for that purpose.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. LeBrun. Could you explain, I've had questions from constituents about what the Gulf Fund is. Could you explain what the Gulf Fund is, where the money comes from, and how it relates to the paying off the bond?
So, you know, the Gulf Fund is a special revenue fund of the city. We have a number of special revenue funds and enterprise funds, but the Gulf Fund being a special revenue fund of the city, certainly the operations of the fund are funded through the player fees and any other revenues that we're generating there. There were a number of years that the Gulf Fund did not support itself and required some support from the general fund. And that's one of the reasons for the special revenue fund status versus enterprise fund status, because in enterprise funds, it's typically the user fees pay for all of the operations. In special revenue funds, there oftentimes are funds necessary from the general fund in order to maintain operations or capital infrastructure costs, and that's the case here as with some of the other funds that we have too. And basically what we have here is that, you know, while the Gulf Fund did have some difficult years in 2016 through 20, I think are the years, you know, certainly the last few years have been very profitable for the Gulf Fund, and certainly the pandemic didn't hurt. But, you know, right now we have an extremely vibrant playing community. We have an extremely vibrant skiing community when there's snow, and certainly when there's ice on the pond so that folks can ski on the pond as well. You know, and then any other, you know, things that we can do over there. So, but it is, you know, it pretty much pays for its own operations currently and has been setting some money aside in the fund balance. And then to build a capital project like this certainly would take some support from the general fund.
Follow up, Your Honor. Is the current building ADA compliant?
I want to say no. I don't think that it meets that category. So any major significant construction that's done, even if it's a refurbishment, would have to meet those ADA compliance pieces. But I really would have to. I'm the finance guy. I got to look at some of these guys for some help there.
The building is accessible, but there are areas that need to be touched up. There are still issues in different locations and things like that. So,
follow up, Your Honor. Are the bathrooms ADA compliant?
I believe so. I'd have to go back and read the report again.
Okay. Follow up, Your Honor. Thanks. Mr. LeBrun, you mentioned that it was not worthwhile for us to apply for land and water conservation funds for this project, and you outlined that it would really cost us more. Have we ever used any land and water conservation funds for any of the Beaver Meadow projects?
Yeah, there were funds used back in, I want to say back in the 60s. I think that was the last time that funds were accepted for Beaver Meadow. So a big portion of the property is encumbered by land and water conservation fund easements and things like that.
Follow up, Your Honor. So you say that it's encumbered by easements. What does that mean? I mean, what kind of easements are on the property?
Basically, by accepting those funds, you're not able to use the property for any other purpose other than recreational purposes in perpetuity. So this is part of the state of New Hampshire and then the federal government, National Park Service, that we went into an agreement with back in the 1960s that pretty much encumbered that property. And you know, this is what the city can use the property for, unless, you know, there's a significant swap of property for some other parcel that would be deemed appropriate by the Park Service.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. LeBrun, the assessment that was done by H.L. Turner Group, and I would certainly appreciate if H.L. Turner Group answered this as well, At the back of the report, there is a summary of items that were end of life at the time the report was done in November of 2021. And the estimated cost of those were about $917,000. This is a number that people have been floating around as the cost to do the repairs on the building, being that it was a 2021 number, and we've only been looking at reconstruction. Do we even have a current figure for what it would cost to fix this building that is not ADA accessible in the ladies' room?
We do not have a current cost of that. The only current cost that we have would be to do the electrical, which was not included in the original report, and that would be an additional $212,000 that would be added on to that $900,000. But you know, that $900,000 was the engineer's estimate of what the to address the issues that they noted in that report. I couldn't give you an estimate of what that is today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go back to Mayor-elect Champlin's comments on the Special Revenue Fund and the Enterprise Fund. And I have a recollection of like 2018 maybe, the council having a conversation. I think it started with the arena, that at both the arena and the golf fund was in the enterprise fund. And during the discussion, the council came to the conclusion that neither one of these facilities, although they pay for their operating costs, when it came to big projects like repaving a parking lot or big renovations, that they just couldn't do it and have reasonable fees. And I believe, if I'm right, and maybe the city manager can help me out here, I think when we moved the golf course and arena and maybe the conservation fund from an enterprise fund to a special, the other fund, the special revenue fund, maybe in the FY20 budget, recognizing that these really weren't enterprise funds that could pay for every cost. Am I close?
You're
City
pretty
manager?
You're pretty close, and the city manager is really good about the dates. But I just want to say that it was the arena fund, the golf fund, and the solid waste fund that had been classified as enterprise funds. And we had worked with our auditors and talked about the classification of those funds, you know, as we're operating them, and then as they're being reported in our annual financial statements. And because of the contributions from the general fund in those funds over the years, and not necessarily all during that time frame, but previous years, and certainly the solid waste fund gets a contribution of in excess of $1 million each year. You know, certainly that kind of takes it out of that enterprise fund status. So, and 2020 was the first year in the budget, but I think the manager actually has other dates that are more specific that you identified.
So in the fiscal year 2019, that year, the end of the year, I think probably November, December, you actually, the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee made a recommendation to the City Council. And the City Council then had a very large discussion on this about what to do, because one of the issues that kept coming up during the capital budget discussions was either these types of funds are going to continue to support themselves and continue to deteriorate because they don't generate enough revenues to cover operating and capital. So you really made the decision at that time in 2019 and directed staff that when we put together the 2020 budget, that we actually move those to special revenue funds. And the idea would be that work towards generating enough revenues to cover the operating costs, but understanding that major capital costs, not things like triplex mowers or you know, smaller $50,000, $60,000 items, that they would need to be covered by the general fund eventually. And the reason for that, it was you in a lot of this discussion, I believe is right, I can't remember who, I think you brought up the arena. The discussion was how much do you start charging in fees for people, so for equity purposes, right? Do you want everybody to be able to use them, or most people to be able to use them, or do you want to charge the rates as high as you possibly can to generate as much revenue as you can to help cover the operating and the capital costs? And the decision was made at that time, try to keep the rates reasonable as you can, and not charge as much as you possibly can. So that's why you thought that eventually capital fund, very high capital projects, particularly discussion regarding the arena and the parking lot. And the parking lot was going to cost $1 million to do because of all the drainage issues and the proximity to the river. So I hope that helps.
Thank you for helping my memory. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Councilor Todd, then Councilor Brown.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Just following up on Councilor Kretovik's question for a moment, would it be safe to say that the $914,000 renovation costs in present day would be much more than that, given that what we've seen in terms of the rising costs of the project proposal we have in front of us now?
I would be comfortable saying that it would be much more than that, but I can't tell you how much.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. Follow up, Your Honor. The other question I have is related to possible renovations. I understand that the November 5, 2021 Ed Shell Turner report indicated that the condition of the building currently was rated poor to fair. But given that, is there any possibility that the building could in fact be renovated, partially at least, in conjunction with, let's say, some expansion? And that we might, from that, first of all, would that be feasible? And second of all, could we anticipate that that might come in at a cost lower than the current proposal before us now?
I would think that if you're not changing the footprint and you're renovating, that it would have a lower cost. Like any renovation, once you get into it, then you start to see, once you start pulling walls apart and start pulling siding off, you start to see what else is underneath. And then you have to address those issues that you may not have contemplated at the beginning of the project. If you add expansion, if you add an addition, things like that, would it end up being less expensive than building a new building? That would be hard for me to say until we really take a look at what the scope of the expansion would be using the existing footprint with just additions on one side or another. But once we would look at what some design concepts would be, I'm sure that our folks here would be able to price that out and give estimates of what those costs would be.
Thank you, Your Honor. One more follow-up, if I could. But I just want to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that there is any capacity in the current building to facilitate, for example, the requests of the Ski the Beeve group for storage space and for the potential, let's say, rental of ski equipment or skating equipment at one point. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be correct, unless you take the space away from something else.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilor Brown.
Thank you. I was just, the city manager triggered a thought. I know we look at, you're a very data-driven group, and you have a software system, TSNAP. Does TSNAP have the capability to determine residency for membership?
TSNAP has the capability for that residency information to be put into the system. We don't currently put it into the system.
If somebody pays with a credit card, it doesn't automatically populate?
It doesn't automatically populate by paying with a credit card. What happens is if somebody were to go online to register for a Tea Time online, they could put their information in that way. But we don't, in years prior, and I think that stopped before the pandemic, and just as we were getting into TSNAP, we would actually take forms, paper forms, and have all that residency information. When we started doing it right in the system, we basically just took the person's name, their email address, and their credit card was processed through. We don't keep that credit card information. We don't use it for anything else other than to charge that one charge. And it's not something that we have the ability to go back to based on that credit card if that information wasn't logged into the system, either by a city employee or if they did it themselves when they registered online.
Thank you. How many rounds has the golf course done in the last 3 years?
I have to go to our expert on that one.
Excuse me. I'd sat there for a while without talking.
Want some water?
No, thank you. Approximately about 90,000 rounds. We do about 30,000 rounds, give or take, a year.
What portion of those rounds are greens fees?
So greens fees make up about 65% of our rounds.
Another follow-up. Do we track at all, are these people, is it the same person who's playing a lot, or do we track whether it's, one visit or more than one visit?
We have the ability. We don't actually, we don't go in and necessarily say this person plays 5 times, but if, I would say that returning customers are generally between 1 and 5 times a year. So you could probably figure out a math equation to make it seem how many you have.
One more follow-up. So when I see reports that only a couple hundred people use the golf course, would that be accurate?
No.
Anyone else? Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation tonight. Councilor Bouchard listed several committee meetings or conversations around City Council over the last few years, and Councilor Brown asked about the TSNAP system and residency. Is it true that the City Council has declined and the Beaver Meadow Golf Course Advisory Committee has declined to collect data around resident versus non-resident users over the years?
I do remember a vote by the advisory committee that suggested, the vote was to collect the data, and I believe it might have been a tie vote, and it failed, so the data was not voted to collect. They're an advisory group. I do not recall if the City Council actually took that same kind of motion, but I could just, my memory's not always that good.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Very good. Okay, thank you very much, folks.
Let me shut this off.
Thank you very much, John.
Okay, so before I open the public hearing, I just want to, first of all, say that this is exactly the hope that we're looking for, I was looking for, in having a public hearing. We have received everyone's communications, sharing with the council people's opinions and thoughts, and I really appreciate the folks who took time to, whether it be sign a petition or to write an email or to just stop one of us on the streets or whatever it is, but your input has made this a much better process, and I think your input has asked a lot of really good, significant questions, and that is exactly what this was all intended for. So thank you very much for your participation. So for purposes of the public hearing, my apologies, I just want to ask, just to get a lay of the land. So just by a show of hands, real quick show of hands, who generally likes the proposal as it has been presented by these gentlemen tonight? Okay. And how many people would like to see some alternative or not at all to what they heard tonight? Okay, great. So let me tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to open a public hearing, which is what you're all here for. Anybody wanting to testify, we're going to listen to what you have to say, and we all want to hear that. I will remind you, we have received a lot of public written comment already, so you don't need to repeat that. If you've already sent something, we already have all that. But what I'm going to do is ask the City Council, after we come to a slow point or a point at which we're pretty much done with public testimony, I'm going to ask the council to recess the public hearing, recess, that's what I'm saying, to the call of the chair. The chair at that time will be the new mayor, Mayor Champlin. So the purpose of the recess will be so that anybody who didn't testify will get a chance to come back and share their thoughts later on. That's number one. Number two is, I would ask that the committee take the proposal back to the committee, listen to what the community has said, what they like and what they don't like, et cetera. And a lot of the questions need to, and we've heard a lot of the answers tonight, but to package those in a way that, do you change the proposal? Do you stay with what you have? Do you decide to just let the building fall in on itself and decay? Whatever the committee wants to do and present back to the council. So after you, so that's what I'm going to propose. Or I'm going to ask the council to consider. So we'll listen to what everyone has to say, but I'm going to ask the council to recess the public hearing, and to send the report back to the committee for further consideration. So just as long as everybody understands that. So with that, we'll open the public hearing. Councilor Isaac?
Swinordt, thank
Sure.
you, Mayor. For clarity for those residents in attendance, would that mean it would still have a 24 hours notice for the city council agenda, or could be picked up by the call of the chair at any city council meeting in the new term?
No, you would be, you would give all the same notices that you would to any public hearing. But it's recess as opposed to so. So with that, any other questions, public? Seeing, okay. So who would like to testify? Well, public, right here in the front row. Huh?
All the way back. It's been a long time, risky business walking.
Good evening, welcome.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. Thanks for having me. I'm Tom Croto, and I'm going to read some notes. So my name is Tom Croto. I'm a member of the Ad Hoc Golf Clubhouse Committee. We've been meeting for some time now and have gone through a few revisions of the plan, as you heard earlier. My reason for being selected to the committee, I believe, and among other things, is that I'm not a golfer. So my role really was to contribute to the average citizen who may or may not want a new golf course clubhouse. Our first brainstorming sessions, we were told that the sky was the limit and to think outside the box, and I did. I thought of a pool, I thought of some pickleball courts and walking trails, and just trying to figure out how could I include as many other folks who were non-golfers like myself. Others said we needed to improve the cross-country skiing and the accommodations for those folks in terms of meeting for instruction and storage for the cross-country skiing. Then how about we increase the parking, open up the restaurant for folks and the skaters to get a snack. All the interest in making the golf course and clubhouse more inviting to the general public. Then the committee decided that if we had a great restaurant, the general public could come and enjoy it as well, looking out over the green space and wooded area. Who doesn't want to sit on a patio and enjoy a nice meal with friends? And meeting spaces for the public to rent for birthdays, weddings, or just occasional meetings. I personally know the tremendous cost of gatherings for 100 to 150 people, and how difficult it can be to book one of those spaces from time to time. Fortunately, many of those ideas stuck, and as I mentioned, some came with revision. So this is the capital city. We've spent many dollars improving our downtown, and it's beautiful. Very proud of it. Other spaces, and it's beautiful and continuing to grow. We heard from the proclamation that Mayor-elect Champlin wrote, excuse me, read, of all of the great improvements that have happened in this city. Why not have a beautiful clubhouse to add to our image that will replace an aging, out-of-date building and be available for more of our non-golfing or golfing public? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Brew? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who'd like to go next? Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Robert Massini. I live in Ward 5, and I thank you very much for this opportunity. I also am using a written statement. That's to keep my train of thought from going off the rails, which it often does, and get it to A to B quickly. I don't think anybody disagrees that we need to do something about the Beaver Meadow Clubhouse, whether renovation or rebuilding. But either way, one question puzzles me. In 2018-19, a committee appointed by the mayor raised, largely from private donors, local businesses, and hockey-related groups, 40% of the funds for a new skate house at White Park, another publicly owned building that serves the recreational needs of our community. So I'm wondering why we are not proposing to do likewise with the Beaver Meadow Clubhouse, which otherwise will cost taxpayers $10.3 million almost 10 times the cost of the skate house. Last Wednesday, at the meeting of the Concord School Board, I saw the discord and the distrust that result when elected officials reject the clearly expressed wishes of a majority of citizens. During the run-up to that meeting, I heard it said that advocates for rebuilding at Runlet were a vocal minority. And I now hear that label being applied to those who want continued discussion about the Beaver Meadow Clubhouse. I remember as a college freshman in 1969, I'm dating myself, when President Nixon, in the face of hundreds of thousands of war protesters, insisted that the silent majority was on his side. Nevertheless, that same year he began withdrawing troops, and not long after he ended U.S. involvement in that war. It turned out that the silent majority was a fiction, and that the vocal minority was in fact the vocal majority. I'm hoping that tonight you will take a different path than the one taken by the school board, a path that leads to goodwill, renewed faith in representative government, and confidence that our marvelous little city is aptly named, not discord, Concord. There are at least two compelling reasons to take that path. One is the numerous letters in the Concord Monitor asking you to do so. The other is the online petition titled Public Presentation and Input on the Beaver Meadow Clubhouse Project, which calls upon city officials to present the Turner Facility Assessment Report to the public and receive community feedback before proceeding any further. Those letters and, at the moment, 560 signatures on the petition indicate that this is not a vocal minority, quite the opposite. The signers of this petition are not trying to tell you how to vote on the clubhouse. They're only asking you to wait to vote until further discussion takes place and more options are explored. Their request is neither outlandish nor unreasonable, given that over $10 million of taxpayer money is at stake. Once again, I thank you, and I'm going to leave you with one last thought. My parents taught me many, many valuable lessons. One of them is this: changing your mind for very good reasons is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength and wisdom. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor-elect, City Manager, City Clerk, and members of the council. My name is Donald Jewell, average citizen, and I've come to present a variety of things tonight that I hope you'll take into consideration on this major event, that an opportunity, an option you all have. Healthy communities have good places to go. They have good things to do. And those things don't necessarily mean that we have to have a resort or something like that to go to every weekend. And I just know from my own experience that I've had a lot of good times and good memories in my share of bad scores at the Beeve, and as it's well known. Up until COVID, my fraternity always had a golf tournament every year at Pease. And we did so because Pease made it affordable for us to do that. And, but when COVID struck, we just disbanded and we haven't got it together again. I'd love to bring it to the Beeve now. But we always have it catered. You know, we have different menus that we can choose from different local, providers out there. But here it seems to me that a lot of events could be catered and you wouldn't have to allocate the space to a big restaurant. And, the other thing is that, people like variety, and these people specialize in what they do. And we have a lot of good restaurants in town that cater. And so when we have birthday events or when we have weddings or such, it's kind of like reaching out to the restaurant community here and giving them business. And developing informal partnerships with them so that they can thrive on those that show up for these events and pay for use of the facility. Also, on summer days and such, I mean, used to be, I was quite surprised and really thrilled to see a lunch truck down on Main Street one night. But I was thinking, well, you know, a place like Beaver Meadow, I mean, the culture there, the sort of vibe you get from that place, I mean, it wouldn't be too much out of the ordinary to have lunch trucks there on the weekends, or the ice cream trucks going through, and, you know, to create that kind of culture for younger kids too, that don't necessarily want to sit down in a fancy restaurant, which we have plenty of those in Concord. So I'm just, let's see, doing this, I wrote all this stuff when I was sitting over there, standing over there. I just want to speak a little bit about taxes. Now, as a student of economics and the principles of finance when I was in business school over there at UNH, I witnessed things that happen in our federal government that just defy everything I've ever learned. But I don't, you know, millions and billions of dollars we give away. I don't seem to feel that. I just, you know, I just don't seem to feel it. But locally here, I'm just going to say, there are elderly people, there are families, young couples that sit down at their tables every night and try to figure out how they're going to make ends meet. And I have not heard over the last 20 years more people tell me in the last 6 months how their taxes have gone up. Recently, it's not surprising that home sales have declined considerably, and the director of the Board of Realtors said homes are not affordable. Well, we all know when you go to the bank to get a mortgage, okay, there's used to be, I don't know if it still is, but 35% of your income is all the bank would allow you to use for housing. Well, part of that 35% is what you pay in taxes. So I've been paying, okay, to the point it's painful. And I feel like projects like this, you're asking me to pay even beyond the point of pain. So I just hope you people those people that are sitting down at their tables, going over the numbers, going down to pennies, okay, they're relying on you folks who they voted for to take them into consideration. So I hope that you will do that. And I appreciate your approach to this meeting tonight and what you've proposed, and I hope that goes well. And I wish you continued success in your life, and it's sad to see you go.
Thank you. Anybody have questions? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Don. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, members of the council. For the record, I'm Sam Evans-Brown. I'm the chair of Ski the Beeve. Never had I imagined that founding a nonprofit to fundraise to make skiing better at Beaver Meadow would get me in front of a room of my community members who maybe are annoyed to hear me up talking about this subject. So our organization has been trying to improve the skiing facilities at Beaver Meadow now for a number of years. I came to the conclusion that that was necessary after 5 years of coaching the high school team and seeing the conditions decline at the hayfield, at Memorial Field, where we had been doing most of our skiing, and also after watching many a high school student go slowly insane while skiing many laps around a pancake flat 2-kilometer loop in a hayfield. Beaver Meadow is a much superior venue for skiing, and I've noticed the team has better, higher quality practices when they're there. And as I've become engaged with BKL, I've also seen the transformative effect of moving the BKL squad to Beaver Meadow that occurred when my compatriot Joe Ayotte moved them there. So I just want to highlight the fact that this is a very high quality community ski area. It's one that's better than many that you could invest in, and that shouldn't get lost. And I think that will continue to improve as we see the Concord Greenway Trail extend north. I sort of get very excited about the idea that one day you might be able to actually ski downtown if we have enough snow. And I think that's a really tremendously attractive idea that was the kind of thing that could attract people to our community. I will say that building a new clubhouse is not the first item on our tick list at Ski the Beav. Really is improving the ski facilities that we're looking for, but it is something that would help. Currently, as it stands, when the BKL crew comes to Beaver Meadow, there's not a lot of space indoors. The space that there is indoors is sort of right next to the bar and the driving range, the simulators. Not great for really small kids coming indoors. We do see a lot of value in the meeting spaces that are included in the design. But I also would say that if there was a vote that was to kick this back to the committee and a new recommendation would come forward, our organization would be there to raise our hand and say we will help raise money for the grand vision of Beaver Meadow as a community facility. So I simply want to say that, for the folks who are putting forth that idea, we hear you. I do want to say, though, I've been a little bit distressed at some of the coverage that I've been reading in the Concord Monitor of late. In particular, I think we should ask ourselves, what are the likely outcomes if we were to just let the building fall in on itself? This is a community facility, it's a community resource, and I think the likely outcomes that we would see if we were to stop investing in Beaver Meadow, or as an article suggested this week, if we were to sell it, what would happen is that a private golf course operator would raise the fees, it would limit accessibility of the course. I don't know if a private golf course operator would want to work with an organization like ours to make skiing available in the winter. And I also think that the other possibility is that if the course were sold, it might cease to be a golf course. It would be developed and not necessarily be open space that's available for recreation anymore. And when I think of why I have stuck with this city, despite the fact that when we moved here, it was still the city in a coma, and not many 20-somethings were also available for us to hang out with when we first moved here. It was because of the recreational opportunities. And having a place to ski here locally was a very big deal when we decided to stay. So that's my piece.
Thank you. Questions?
Answer a question?
Sure.
Mr. Evans-Brown, would you believe that I once cross-country skied from Grandview Drive in Bow to downtown Concord?
I'm struggling to imagine the route, but...
Did you ski back?
No. I got a ride.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you share with the group here tonight how much money Ski the Beav has raised for its operation there?
So we raised $50,000 that was contributed toward the purchase of the groomer that was basically split with the city. The city had money in the capital budget to replace a snowmobile, and we said, please wait. We don't think you need another snowmobile. We'd like something bigger that can break ice. So that was the first quantity. There was extra money that was left in the fund that was set aside for maintenance of the groomer, so I think that brought it to $55,000. We subsequently this year have spent about $7,000 to purchase a trailer that's full of skis that we intend to, our hope is to park it in the parking lot and offer them for rental for free. We're currently negotiating a contract with the city to try to make that possible. So that brings us to 60-something thousand. My other job is a nonprofit, so I know that that's not a whole heck of a lot of money, and certainly would appreciate if anyone has any leads on people who would like to invest in a community skiing facility. I'm looking for those leads.
Oh, and we heard you correctly that Ski the Beeve would be interested in helping fundraise for additional improvements.
If it were the will of the city council, because of the feedback that they've heard from the community, which I have to say, I hear everything that, I read everything that's written in the Concord Monitor, I hear everything that's said, I understand the concern about the amount of money that a golf clubhouse would cost. If it were the will of the city council to not approve this, and the reason was that you were looking to private entities to fundraise to defray some of the costs, we would be part of that. I would only ask, don't forget about snowmaking when given the capital cost of improving that community resource, because there's less and less snow every year.
And last question. And are you aware of any other organizations at Beaver Meadow Golf Course that do independent fundraising for activities there?
I am not as connected to the golf community as I should be. I will say I have a coworker who's a golfer, which has changed my opinion of the golf community tremendously. It's a much more blue-collar sport than I quite realized until going for a round with that friend this past spring. And so I am not aware of any entities, but if someone else is, I'd be happy to be connected to them.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown. I guess two things. One is one question and one comment. If folks want to reach out to the Ski the Beeve organization and assist you, donate time, donate dollars or whatever, how can they go about doing that?
So we have a Gmail address, skithebeeve603@gmail.com. It's on my phone. I answer it usually. We certainly are looking for board members, and we'll be also looking for volunteer staff to staff the trailer if we manage to come to agreement with the city in terms of the agreement to park it there. So certainly would appreciate any help that folks want to give.
Good, thank you. And just the other comment, I guess maybe it's a question as well. And I appreciate Ski the Beeve's volunteerism to coordinate maybe efforts to raise funds for this. I would assume that to make those efforts the most effective, you would probably want to know exactly what you were raising dollars for, correct?
That would be nice.
That's what I figured. So in other words, it would be helpful for you, for the council to first render a decision, and then you could go about the business of raising the funds and so forth.
I will also say we're happy to be a part of the process. We had not a member, but a sort of someone connected to our circles who was on the ad hoc Beaver Meadow Golf Course Clubhouse Committee. So they were listening to us, which is why there was space for storage that was included in the design. And we continue to be part of those conversations as city government is happy to include us.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anyone else? Have you ever skied downtown before in a snowstorm?
I have, indeed. I used to ski so I used to live right by White Park, and I'd ski from there to the office if there was enough snow.
I did it in my 20s, but I skied to a bar. You can tell this is my last meeting.
I appreciate being called early. The meter is running on the babysitter at home, so I'm going to run.
Who else has got babysitters? There you go, right there. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you all very much. I appreciate everything that you folks are doing because it's very warm in here and I'm going to be here for a little bit longer. My name is Jessica Wheeler-Russell. I am a resident of Ward 2. I did prepare some statements, and so I'll read from that. So the project of Beaver Meadow, to me, does raise a question of some fiscal responsibility and due diligence, as we do not know what an actual renovation would cost versus a new construction. I think that the community is right to review and ask questions about the proposed cost, because even a modest increase in property taxes does become significant, as many homeowners' escalating tax burden has been increasing. I believe the Monitor reported that Concord and Pennacook homeowners have seen about a 7% jump, give or take, considering two different school districts, since 2021. So I've spoken to many of my neighbors in the village and in Concord who tend to have two themes on their minds: how quickly this is being discussed at the end of a term, raising some questions of transparency, and obviously the cost. I understand that it is beneficial to the community to support community space projects, as we have in the past, such as the Riverfront Park project in Pennacook, or the investment in Keach Park's lighting. However, the cost, considering, those, Keach Park was something, if I recall correctly, about $380,000, correct me if I'm wrong, right?
8.7.
Sorry, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it was around 8 million.
8 million for Keach Park?
He's joking.
Okay, Earl. Sure. You just scared me. I was like, whoa.
That was the community center.
Yeah, that was the community center. However, the substantial 10 million plus interest earmarked for the clubhouse renovation stands out conspicuously when compared to some of these other projects. The budget has increased, and believe me, I respect the challenges of old buildings. Many municipal bodies and school districts are struggling with that right now. So, however, it still is alarming with the impending cost as highlighted by the Human Services Director, citing rising costs for service demand due to escalating housing costs, or the police department facing increased expenses. So I will just keep this short, and I will ask the council to please just suspend this proposal for now, and instead take the time to allow city staff to explore other avenues for cost reduction, such as private fundraising, a public, or something like a public-private partnership, cost-effective alternatives to proposed plans, such as renovating these existing structure and comparing that cost to a new construction. I would also ask that the council conduct more listening sessions to allow the stakeholders, residents in Concord, those of us in the neighborhood of Beaver Meadow, like myself, to weigh in on this proposed new floor plan, given the changes from the original scope of the project. And once an accurate estimate of cost to renovate the building is obtained, also, present that as a community listening session. So that's what I have to say. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm going to go in the back, way back. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Doug McGee. I'm in Ward 5, and my son, he's played at the golf course. He's gotten the proposal. He's went through the proposal. He's an architect student over at Norwich. As we were talking, everyone is talking about they want to see another plan. They want to see what it looks like with an addition. Why are we not, as a community, using our resources like NHTI, who has an architecture department? We could go to Norwich. They have architecture departments. My son is willing to draw it for free. Why are we paying $490,000 to have these firms draw these when we don't even know what we really want to start out with? So I'm looking at the plans. $10 million is ridiculous. We should never pay that much money for a golf course that has 415 members. What I'm proposing is we renovate it. According to the studies that was given, the building is sound and it can be renovated. You can add on to it if you want a bigger room. There's no need to spend $10 million. We can spend that $10 million elsewhere in the community. Our athletic fields are, as the one gentleman earlier said, we are the capital city. Our athletic fields are a joke. We have the worst athletic fields, or among the worst athletic fields in the entire state. And I would rather see that money be spent for those athletic fields. If we're going to spend that money, we can renovate this a couple $1 million and spend the money elsewhere. We don't need to spend $10 million on a golf club course, or so someone can have a drink and overlook the golf course.
Thank you.
As far as saving energy, there's a 2030 challenge. My son, who's sitting back in the Norwich here, he could explain all that. It's using daylighting, and like I said, he's willing to draw this for free. And he said he could do it in a few days. So he could meet with the people in charge of the golf course. They can come up with the ideas. He can draw it. So instead of us spending all this money for all these firms, why don't we use our resources that we have instead of wasting taxpayer money?
Good. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Appreciate it. All right. Seeing that, appreciate you coming out tonight. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I didn't want to testify tonight, so I sent an email, asked for it to be part of the public record, but it didn't get in, which is fine. I'm sure you got tons and tons of emails. So I'm just going to read it so it can go into the public record. Sorry, my name is Jessica Livingston. I'm a Concord resident for a long time, and I love this community, as many of you know. I'm all about community building. So to start off, I'd like to say that I'm not against golf or the golf course. I don't play, but I don't play any sports. It's just not, I'm not a sports person. But I do appreciate the recreational opportunity that people enjoy playing golf. And I love that about Concord, that having a variety of recreation options is one of the great things about Concord. Although I don't personally utilize it, I know that many residents and families do, and that's great, and I support that 1,000%. For a long time, I've been concerned and confused as to the spending on the golf course. In the bigger picture, it seems like the golf course gets a lot of attention, but yet trying to get answers about its revenue versus expenses. Does it make a profit? Does it go into the general fund or the golf fund, et cetera? I hear different things from different people all the time, and it's just very unclear to myself and many members of the community. Last week, a decision was finally made on the middle school location, which has locked us taxpayers into $170-ish million. We need a new police station, as we discussed earlier tonight. The police are constantly asking for more money for retention, public safety. And then we also heard tonight that General Services is looking for more money for retention. We have a housing crisis. Groceries, utilities, and other costs of living are increasing along with our taxes. And as that happens, more people will lose their homes and or need taxpayer-funded resources from Health and Human Services. So it seems frivolous in this day and age, while facing so many issues that impact the lives and well-being of our community members, that we would be pushing through a $10 million expense for a building that clearly only serves a small population for recreational use. I know that's been an argument tonight that many people do use it, but I could argue that point that it's still not accessible to all people. And it's also kind of a slap in the face when there are groups like Friends of White Park who have had to do countless fundraisers like flamingos in yards and ugly sweater runs just to have a playground that is safe and accessible for children and their caretakers, or that Change for Concord has been asking since 2018 for lights at Keach Park soccer field so children in the most diverse neighborhood would have a safe place to play. Other groups like the skate park and White Park Skate House, the Merrimack Lodge, and as we heard tonight, Ski the Beeve, have done their own work in fundraising, yet the golf course, which may or may not make a profit each year, that's still a question in our minds, and it still benefits a small few who can afford to access it. Gets to have taxpayers fund a new clubhouse without having to do any of their own fundraising. As the discussion has ensued over the last few months, supporters of the clubhouse have started referring to it as a community center. Yet it doesn't fit the criteria for funding as a community center. And additionally, the citywide community center that we have isn't even accessible to all people, which is a whole other conversation that we've had many times. Hosting private rental events at the golf course doesn't make it a community center. And more recently, some people have even started referring to the membership as a season pass. Whatever you call it, it's still inaccessible to many. There's already a distrust of city government and the feeling of it doesn't matter, they'll do whatever they want anyway, especially after the school board voted this week against the will of the people. I've read the many, many comments, letters to the editor, my turn pieces, and public testimony regarding the issue. It's clear that the majority of Concord residents either don't want to spend $10 million at all or want more time, discussion, opportunity for input, and transparency. I've also heard that people in that neighborhood want a community center in their neighborhood. I do support that. In the Monitor yesterday, there was an op-ed by Jennifer Frizzell, which offered the suggestion of a committee and a public-private partnership. The original small ad hoc committee for the clubhouse did their job as directed, but perhaps a broader committee with a broader charge would be a better option. A committee tasked with not only fundraising, but convening more community members to create an idea for an actual community center or building that will qualify for grant funding, which gives it credence and truly benefit more of the community. I would be in favor of this because, like I said, I support community spaces, I support recreation, but the building proposal as it is still doesn't seem like it's going to be an actual community center. But more importantly, I am in favor of letting the new council come in and consider all of the needs of this community and let them set their priorities before making their decision on this $10 million expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody questions? Seeing none, appreciate it.
Thank you.
The back.
Hi, my name is Roger Jobin. I live in Ward 4. I first started using Beaver Meadow in 1960 when I was 12 years old. I've had a long time association with the Beaver Meadow facility. The thing that I look at is, despite it being a public park, it's probably the only city operation that, to my knowledge, this year we're going to bring in somewhere around $1.9 million in revenue from people using the golf course. If we're going to run a business and we're going to try to do the best we can at that business, we need to upgrade the infrastructure from mid-20th century up into the 21st century. I support the replacement of the clubhouse, and I think that in the long run, it'll show that it was a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody? Thank you, Rich. Good evening, welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm new to Concord. My name is Lisa Bodwin. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all tonight. I live in Ward 4. I'm going to share some statistics on golf and some demographics and compare them, demographics on Concord, to shed some light on why I think that there is equity and cost burden implications for this $10 million project. So according to the data, about 25 million people play golf each year. That's a mere 8% of the United States population. And the median age of a golfer is 54 years old. So 77% of people who play golf are male. That's an obvious small proportion of the population in terms of looking at equity, right? About 22% of Concord's population are 18 to 34-year-olds. So we're looking at about 787 residents in this age group who statistically would be playing golf in Concord at the Beeve. But according to the Fed's median net worth of this age group, somehow or another, whether due to school debt or what have you, their median net worth is about $13,900 according to the Feds. That's a cost burden on a group of people who don't really use much in the way of golf. So let's compare that to people over 55 in Concord. That's about 13,973 residents. If we're going on 8%, that's 1,150 of them. The Feds report that the median net worth for people over the age of 54 is somewhere between $212,500 to $266,000 median net worth. That's 15 times more than the under 35 crowd. That seems a little unfair. Sorry, I'm a little nervous tonight. I'm sitting here for all those low-income moms like my mom when I was a little girl, who couldn't be at a hearing like this because she was crawling her way out of poverty and trying to earn herself a high school diploma and then eventually a master's degree over the course of time. If she had had the information and the resources to be at a meeting like this as a low-income mom scrambling to get herself out, she would have said, please think about the needs of families like mine when you're thinking about how best to allocate a $10 million bond in tax dollars. The athletic fields would be for all students, and that would be a 100% equity investment for the city of Concord, or any of the multitudes of other ways in which a bond could be issued. I know that there are all sorts of ways to spend the money, but I'm just going to highlight one need. Paraprofessionals in Concord, home care providers for people with disabilities themselves who want to live independently, the direct support professionals who provide support for people with disabilities to live community-based lives. These are all people who cannot afford to go to a golf course and can no longer afford to live in Concord. And I'll just back that up with a little piece of data from New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. Concord now has the 5th worst ratio of jobs to housing units. That is, jobs to housing units ratio is so severe that workers have to live outside of Concord now in order to be able to keep their jobs in Concord because they can no longer afford it. So Concord has a severe lack of affordable housing, but there also isn't enough workforce housing. And I have to wonder, surely it must be more important for Concord to invest in affordable and workforce housing than in a golf course or a bond for a golf course. The cost burden of this project falls disproportionately onto younger people and their families, renters, and overall people who will never access the golf course. People whose median net worth is considerably less than the median net worth of golfers. This is a wildly inequitable allocation of scant taxpayer dollars, which benefits largely, honestly, privileged white people at the expense of failing to meet the needs and wants for the greater public good and well-being. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, especially the few who are able to organize public-private fundraisers to pay for such an extraordinary resource, which I know that it is. And I'd be happy to sit on such a public-private fundraising committee. So, golfers will always have a place to golf. Yet there are people right here in Concord who need housing today and are unhoused. And there are so many other needs. I just happen to have picked that one tonight. I want to live in a Concord where the city council says an enthusiastic yes to a bond for $10 million for affordable housing, and I still believe in the renovation of the golf course, just not in a $10 million plus expense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we've been going for about an hour and a half, and We've heard some really good testimony tonight. As I said, I'm going to ask for them to recess it so you can testify later on, so you can come back and share what the committee comes back with, whatever they come back with. But we'll stay as long as you want to keep speaking. I just hope that you don't repeat something that somebody said prior to you. That's all. Just take that consideration. Mr. Russell.
Charles Russell of Concord. First, I'd like to say
those that are leaving, thanks for your service. It's not an easy job, and you get the tough decisions, and I'm sure I've been on both sides of the issues. I haven't been up here as much as Mr. Swiker, but I take my hat off in the interest of democracy for your serving the roles and for those of you staying on. So I appreciate that, and I'll say my piece now. I'm sure you know I have plenty of questions, and I guess I won't talk about questions. I'll talk about my search for answers. August 16th, I went to the presentation up at Beaver Meadow Golf Course, and I said to myself, you're just going to listen. You're not going to ask any questions. And so I saw a presentation, and I heard from the builders and the architects, and I think Mr. LeBrun was there, and the committee was there. And somebody asked the question, what's it going to cost? Well, we don't know. We don't know. And then the next question was, well, you know the size, how much per square foot? Well, we won't know till September 30th. So I said, all right, let's wait till September 30th. And September 30th comes and goes, and we have this great election campaign going on. Lots of people running, lots of issues, lots of discussions, and not a word about what the cost of the golf course new clubhouse is going to be. And then we have record turnout. I did election coverage. I'm into elections, as you know. And what happens? Right after the election, we got a $10 million golf course. So who knew what when? So I decided we ought to start looking into who knew what when and why the information wasn't made public, so it could have been made part of this whole debate. And so I went over to City Hall, and I said, I'd like to look at the file on Beaver Meadow. And 91A says you can go over there in business hours and you can look at the file. And, well, I'm sorry, the file's not available. Well, I was given a bid report here, and thank you, Mr. LeBrun, it was very helpful. And this was January 5th. This was the bid from H.L. Turner. And in that report, in a letter, December 9th, 2022, one of the questions received from the bidder is there a rough construction budget and square footage they're anticipating for the project? And it mentions it's a $4,500 square foot. And then this is the city's answer. It is anticipated the completed facility will be 12 to 15,000 square feet, excluding parking lots, walkways. Given the inflation of macroeconomics conditions, the city recognizes the construction project budget for $4.511 million might be insufficient given the city's vision for that project. And this letter was a month before they put together the ad hoc committee. So somebody had already decided what it's going to cost and how big it's going to be. And then there's another letter, December 16th, where, from the purchasing division, will the construction manager be on board to help with the opinion of cost? Yes, the CM will come on board as soon as the design team was selected. So I asked, when did we know what about when? And I got a letter back. I went over the next day with a right-to-know request. Let's find out what was going on when. So I got a letter back from Mr. LeBrun saying, oh, all this stuff is online, and then says it's going to take 30 to 45 days for us to get this information. Well, it should just be in a file, probably this big or maybe even bigger. So fortunately, I did get something today. So I have an H.L. Turner group. Let's see. August 16th, we're going to know something September 30th. September 13th, H.L. Turner Group. New facility option 1, project cost, and it goes down the list, and on page 2, this was a 3-story building, $14.0457 million. Why wasn't the public told that? Well, wait a minute, the golf course, no, the New Hampshire golf course bailed out. It's no longer going to be 3 stories. So on October 30th, H.L. Turner comes down with a new bid, $10.767. But this is the same H.L. Turner when they were hired by Bo to say, tell us what it's going to cost for our community center. And 6 months later, it was in the paper within the last month, they say it's going to cost $13 million for a new community center. If we just do a renovation, it's going to cost a lesser amount. And guess what? If we just do a renovation with an addition, it's going to be a lesser amount. So within 6 months of Turner being involved with that, so I want to know, through my right-to-know request, when did they know and why wasn't it put out so that this public could have a debate about what was going on. Transparency is a word that's thrown around. This isn't very transparent. I'm trying to pull teeth writing right-to-know requests. Thank God I'm an attorney. I don't have to run out and pay somebody to do it. But let's get the truth out there. We got an ad hoc committee that was appointed after they were already told it's 15,000 square feet. And then we have a committee that's already out there. We have an ordinance committee that was replaced by the ad hoc committee. 3318, Golf Course Advisory Committee. It was an ordinance from 2012. The committee shall submit annual reports to the City Council on the state of the golf course. It shall initiate and update 5-year needs and improvements for the course, recommend to the City Council proposed fees, and recommend to the City Manager changes that will result in improvements to all aspects in the use, maintenance, and upkeep of the golf course. Why did we create another committee? Why do we create another committee when we already had a committee? And if we're going to recess this and we're going to send it back to the committee, let's send it to a legally created committee that has that mission. Let's not put a bunch of golfers and Tom Croto, who doesn't golf, God bless him. But, you know, and then questions are asked. How many people here golf? We can't ask you questions. How many people golf? Well, they wanted to ask those questions, and other people have asked those questions. But I think before any vote goes on this, the people of this community need to know who the golfers are. So that's all I have to say. If there's any questions, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thanks for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you guys tonight. My name is Jim Silly. I'm actually from Belmont, New Hampshire. I'm a former member of Beaver Meadow and a former Concord resident. I wrote some stuff down so I wouldn't forget some of the things I wanted to say. I grew up loving Beaver Meadow. When I was a kid, my dad worked for the state, and he played in league at the Beav. And my mom would get out of work and drive me and my brother from our house in Belmont and drop us off here, and I would either caddy for my dad during his league nights or get to utilize the facility and learn all the aspects of what being a golfer and really the qualities that it brings to life is about. At the same time, I was a junior member at Laconia Country Club, but I always wished I lived closer and I could spend more time at Beaver Meadow because it felt like a place where I belonged and a place where I wasn't just a nuisance. Laconia Country Club is a private golf club, and that's kind of the joke there about being a nuisance is that I was a kid and I wasn't, you know, one of them. So, some of the best juniors in the state have come out of Beaver Meadow. Some have been city residents. Some have traveled from all corners of the state. I actually believe that one of the current best juniors in the state lives in New Ipswich and is a member at Beaver Meadow because of the facility. But I'm here tonight because I was told about the vote for the new clubhouse, and there's a need to build a new clubhouse now, and it makes sense on a ton of different levels that you actually would pass this vote. First, my professional background is that of a real estate broker. And from a pure real estate perspective, this is kind of a no-brainer. The current building is in dire straits. I've been there quite a few times, and I have seen the condition of the structure. I know it's going to need to be addressed one way or another. If you were to renovate the existing structure, it would just be a form of a Band-Aid. It would kind of be like putting lipstick on a pig. At the end of the day, you'd be just covering up the bigger issues to try to cut corners with cost. While building new would cost more than renovating, delaying would cost even more in the long run. And typically, you would lose features due to the delay. There are many examples to choose from, but one of that I have a great knowledge of is actually from my town in Belmont when I was growing up. They were trying to build a new high school in the early 90s. First attempt was shot down by the public by 3 votes. The first attempt had an auditorium, it had a swimming pool, it had a bunch of things that were in the original plan. It lost by 3 votes. 3 or 4 years later, when the facility was finally passed, it was a shell of the original design and was passed for the same amount of money as the original design. My point is, it's known that it needs to be done, and delaying will just cost more money in the future, and you'll most likely get less for the structure. A new facility will create a higher value to all the residential real estate in the vicinity of the club as well. My understanding is that there'll be more parking with modern and standard drainage and grading, and that will surely have less of an intrusion to the neighboring properties. Quite a few of the larger charitable golf outings that the course hosts yearly provides thousands of dollars in aid to quite a few charities. Also, bring a lot of people and difficulty with parking, and cars are parked on the side of the road right now. The building would handle that, and certainly less stress on the neighboring properties. Next, from a practical level, the current clubhouse is old and has need of serious attention. A new facility would enhance the property, not just from a golfing perspective, but a practical one. Building a structure such as the one presented to you will increase the use of the property into a four-season destination. City members could utilize it as a gathering place for ice skating, cross-country skiing, along with the use of the 4 indoor golf simulators, which would provide revenue as well. All facets of the building would increase revenue all year long. With an upgraded kitchen and dining space, the restaurant could become a destination facility as well. It increases use. This could be a crown jewel of the city and could be a year-round attraction. I would also point to other municipalities that have built facilities in the state and what it's done for a significant uptick in revenue and use for those city residents. You can look at Pease in Portsmouth and Derryfield in Manchester, just for a couple examples. It doesn't get lost on me that golf has notoriously been considered an old, rich, white male sport that is too expensive and too stuffy for everyone. We just heard that tonight. I can see where the building a new clubhouse would upset some people who don't play the sport or feel that it provides no benefit to them. Based on perception, one could say golf is a divisive sport. And those that say that were probably right 20 to 30 years ago. Tiger Woods, who, as a side note, grew up at a municipal course in California, came along in 1997, a biracial American, and won the Masters, and that changed that almost overnight. The game grew. It's continued to grow. Programs were born to drive more players to the game, including the First Tee program, the PGA Junior League, the New Hampshire Golf Association's Junior Tour, the Drive, Chip, and Putt Tournament. The United States Golf Association governs golf in the United States, and their sole focus is to continue to grow the game. At the heart of that is municipal golf courses. Munis help provide safe, cost-effective, and welcoming facilities for people of all levels to enjoy the game. When I hear golf as an old, rich, white male sport and is divisive, I would point out to it being one of the only activities that you can start at 5 years old and play until you're 90 plus, if you're blessed to live that long. It's the only game you can play where you can have a female, a child, a senior, and a middle-aged man in the same group. Beaver Meadow has historically been a melting pot of ethnic diversity as well. A new clubhouse would just accentuate and bring all of those people together more often and more frequently. Golf is not a divisive sport. It's inclusive. It brings people together. Beaver Meadow brings people together. I'm no longer a member of Beaver Meadow, as I belong to a club closer to my house. But I can tell you this, Beaver Meadow always feels like home to me. When I come to Beaver Meadow, it's always the people, the staff, the golf professionals, and the community atmosphere that reminds me of what I miss. The Beav needs a new clubhouse. It will bring people together in many ways. It will provide value and four-season use. It will increase market value to property in the neighboring area. I just urge you guys to do the right thing and invest in the future of Beaver Meadow in the city of Concord.
Thank you. Anybody have questions? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Way back. Good evening, welcome.
Hi there, I'm Margaret Fletcher. I'm from Ward 7. I haven't heard any discussion tonight about the carbon footprint of this endeavor. And I love that this facility exists in our city. I love hearing that it's encumbered for recreation. The carbon footprint of a typical golf course is about 10 times the average carbon footprint for other outdoor recreational uses. So when I listened through the presentation that was made for to tell us about the cost and look at the pro forma, I saw a lot of dollars, but I didn't see anything about the carbon cost. And I feel like we need to be thinking about our children and our grandchildren every time we make a big decision like this. So we're talking about, continuing to allow golfing to happen, cross-country skiing to happen. I think that's wonderful. And could we ask that the carbon cost, or rather the cost to bring this to a carbon neutral footprint, be included in the total cost. So this is why I'm up here right now. I really wanted to look you all in the face and ask you to think about what your child, what your grandchild is going to, ask you in 20 years when this thing has been paid for, if the bond goes through. How did you vote on that? And did you think about the chemicals that are going into the lawn? Did you think about the gas that it takes to burn to keep the grass short? Did you think about the water use? COP28 is going on right now. You all have seen that in the news. We can't afford to burn one extra unit of fossil fuels for a recreational facility that we've heard just doesn't provide the kind of equity that I think our city really deserves. So what I would ask is that the cost of bringing the project to carbon neutrality be part of the presentation next time it comes around for us to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody have questions? Seeing none? Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Fisto Ndashimie. I live in Ward 1. And first, I would like to say that this night is a great day, or a great night for me, because it reminds me the first day I sit here talking to y'all with my mentor, Jessica Livingston, who's here tonight. Last night, I'm going to be talking to the mayor, the current mayor, which is great. And I would like to see a smile on you. Come on.
I am smiling on the inside.
Smiling. And I'm so happy that there's a lot of people that got involved after that, like Sharm, who's here tonight, and I hope she can speak after this so she can go to her kids. But I'm just going to go ahead and start my presentation, testimony tonight. But thank you for providing this time. I've been involved in learning about this project, meeting with many of the City Council and Concord residents, and educating myself about the proposed clubhouse construction. After much thought and long and careful consideration, I have come to the conclusion that this project needs to be left behind because it's not yet ready. It's not ready yet. And it is not the right time to discuss the investment and construction of a clubhouse. Despite the proposal being rushed, I believe this period of time should be dedicated to acknowledge the work of our existing council and welcoming our new council members, ensuring they feel comfortable, supported, and ready to take on their roles. However, it is disappointing that instead of focusing on this transition, we are discussing an investment of $10.3 million taxpayers' dollars into a clubhouse. This is a big number and needs to carefully consideration and discussion. Given the opportunity to voice our opinions, two key issues come to mind: accessibility and cost. We're being told that there is no other way. No renovation possible for the existing clubhouse. I have seen it, even today. It's poor condition, which I believe is a direct result of poor management. And now residents are to pay for the cost. We're being told that there's no other options to lower the cost. And the only solution to build a new the only solution is to build a new 10 million clubhouse, a cost that will eventually go up. I strongly believe that we need to pause this project before it's too late. This will allow the committee, city employees, and the new incoming council enough time to explore the right path. Consider direct funding, consider different funding options, and ensure that the project is in best interest of the community. Some of you might question, if we can't support a 10.3 million project, how will the city ever fund any large-scale projects in the future? However, we need to consider the nature of the project the city is investing in. In my opinion, the clubhouse is not the right investment for such an amount. This brings me to my second point, accessibility. Accessibility is a question that everybody has been questioning. It's something that everybody has questioned, and I have been told that the new clubhouse will function as a community center. But but what is a community center in a diverse community like Concord? A community center should be a space that welcomes people from different, welcomes different people from different backgrounds, culture, beliefs, and different needs. It should provide culture-dense training space, learning skills, cultural art, different kinds of sports, educational resources, a library of cultural studies and languages, leadership training courses, business training, computer labs, job opportunities, meeting rooms, student space, coffee shop, and restaurants offering food from different places, different countries. I would like to eat fufu at the community center. Yeah. Wow. I think also that we should also provide a space that would be more like a multiple space for multiple purpose space for special events. I would like to have my wedding there. Have you all come to it? The clubhouse does not meet these criteria. It does not provide the necessary resources or space to serve the diverse needs of our community. We need to prioritize our community and provide what they need. We need to address issues like homelessness, affordable housing, public transportation, and improving our relationship with law enforcement, especially for marginalized communities. You have approved the budget for Kitsch Park soccer field lights. We've seen Change for Concord come here many times since 2017. I still have records about that. A project that needs prioritizing at this, as it has been ongoing for a long time, and it's not even included in the agenda. Our current community center needs to be more accessible and free for residents. This is where we need to start in addressing the needs of our community, especially for the incoming city council and the new mayor. I look forward to work with you. Lastly, I want to recognize the mayor and the city council for their work. This is special for me because I'm going to rewatch again and rewatch again saying this. Let me repeat this. Lastly, I want to recognize the mayor and the city council for their work. I have been using this quote for a while, and I feel it fits this moment. No matter how good a dancer is, a good dancer always knows the right time to leave the stage. No matter how a good dancer is, always leave the stage at the right time, and I think you did that.
I'm still dancing, brother.
The mayor has done an excellent job building the main street. It has been a challenging project, but he has delivered. Things might not always work out, and people might sometimes disagree, and it's always going to happen, especially in positions of leadership, whether you like it or not. But but to be honest with you all, I have seen the mayor work with everyone, whether it was the council or residents, making everyone feel welcome. I believe he has left a beautiful, unforgettable legacy, and I would want him and the council to celebrate and pass the torch to the next council to take on their responsibilities. This proposal of building a clubhouse needs to be left behind because it's not ready yet. I want to thank residents of our community for their involvement in this project, this process. This is democracy, and I encourage you to keep doing this. It's my first time seeing a lot of people like this tonight. So thank you all. I appreciate you. First time I spoke to you, nobody understood what I was saying because my English is still poor, but I'm doing better, right? I love you all. I can take questions now.
Thanks for this time. Love it too, brother. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Andy Lane. I'm in Ward 3, and it wasn't my original intent to speak, but a couple of things I have not heard that I want to point out. The revenue of $143,000 from nonprofit events, I assume were related to golf outings, various forms. I'm not happy to know that the city is looking to compete with businesses in having a restaurant or wedding events at Beaver Meadow. We have several businesses right here in town. If you start taking away weddings from them, that will hurt them. They're paying taxes on that location. I live near Beaver Meadow, so I hear the events at night over there. I hear the fireworks. Now, I'm a combat veteran, and so when I hear fireworks, they go off outside the normal venue of 4th of July, I get shaked. And so I think the city should, that's a separate issue, but you know, there should be some consideration given to our veterans in the city. The other thing is that it's been reported that it was a polling site. It is no longer a polling site. The school, when they built Beaver Meadow, it was slated to be a polling site. And that was part of the argument of building where they did. I did like the idea, someone mentioned, of having catering do the business there at the Beaver Meadow. I think that's a great idea. To invest in a commercial grade restaurant, just that equipment alone and the upkeep will fall on the city repeatedly. One last thing I wanted to point out was the safety on the roadway in and out of Beaver Meadow Way, or road, I believe it's called. Because I also was interested in the barn on Bull Meadows when they built over there. They were required to put in a larger driveway, one that would take 2 fire trucks widths of 2 fire trucks. You're not getting 2 fire trucks down Beaver Meadow Road. That's a single road, single exit. You do not have a clear view of that roadway when you turn in there. I think the engineering folks should take that into consideration when they do any redesign. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Councilor.
Mr. Lane, it's always good to see you. I want to assure you that the fireworks, there was an event a couple years ago that had fireworks and they were permitted through the city to operate. And that was the last time it happened because it was so impactful to the neighborhoods. So if what you're hearing are
Last summer?
fireworks 2 summers ago, I believe it was 2 summers ago, but at the golf course, they're not permitted. There are other areas in the neighborhoods that are running fireworks, but not the firework display that you're talking about. But I fully appreciate where you're coming from because you are not the only one in our neighborhoods that have
I
talked
know
about
you're in the same
fireworks.
neighborhood, so yeah.
Yep, but veterans. I mean specifically veterans that have concerns about fireworks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Go ahead if you want. Sure. Mr. Urschlag will work his way up here while you go ahead. Welcome.
Hello, City Council members. The following represents my own personal opinion as a resident of Pennacook. My name is Devin Roderick. I'm in Ward 1. I appreciate Mayor Booley pledging the motion for recess on this item. I look forward to all other members of the City Council passing that motion and allowing next year's council to take that up. That being said, why is the City Council even considering to spend $10.3 million on a new golf clubhouse that doesn't even meet the standards of the CDFA for a community center? The property tax burden that this project would place upon every single resident, most of whom don't use the golf course, is unjustifiable. Per the Concord Monitor, when revenue from the golf course does not meet expenses, taxes have been used to pay for the golf course operations. Is that not enough to ask of us? This debt won't go away until after my children have graduated college. Every year is a question of whether or not existing city pools for children will be open due to staffing concerns. Bulk leaf collection in Pennacook was delayed due to staffing, and if it wasn't for the weather, it would not be happening. The Christmas parade can't be rescheduled due to police staffing. Snow plowing, as we heard earlier, will be delayed, even though that's actively being worked on. The ambulance at Manor Station was taken away for months, and staffing at the fire department is still a problem. There is a homeless-driven crime problem plaguing this city, including drug use, assault, arson, and murder, and you are not doing enough to stop it. I found a used needle on the edge of my property along Manor Road on December 3rd. I want to know how building a new golf clubhouse will make this community safer. There are other more pressing issues than this. I want a safer city to raise my children in, and this $10.3 million clubhouse will do absolutely nothing to help with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody? Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's...
Careful.
Don't push back.
Yeah, you're on the edge.
I must be shrinking here. Good evening. My name is Alan Hirschlag. Let me get this here. So, I could testify this evening that until 4 years ago, the golf course did minimal grooming for cross-country skiing. By minimal, I mean they would make one pass with the snowmobile and track setter. Then once a week, no grooming for skating. It was rare that grooming would occur more than once a week, if at all. The pattern of non-grooming would occur. The pattern for non-grooming is started about 1989, when the golf course took over the grooming. No place to hold high school practices, and no place to host races. In fact, the first race of what is now called the New Hampshire Coaches Series, a race that now attracts upwards of 700 middle school and high school skiers, was hosted by Concord High School. But because the golf course would not commit to grooming, Concord High School, as a hosting school, moved the race to Pembroke, where they went out of their way to accommodate us. I could testify this evening why the golf course has resumed grooming for the past 4 years after a 30-year lapse. Is it because in 2019 there was discussion about renovating or replacing the current clubhouse? Knowing that the cost to repair or replace the clubhouse for golfers may not have been received well by the community, and kicking off a push to rebrand the golf course as a year-round recreational and meeting facility. I could testify this evening that a skating pond was added to the golf course prior to the restart of grooming for skiers. The community was told that the removal of trees, not the most recent cutting, would pay for the cost of constructing the pond. Unfortunately for the taxpayers of our city, The revenue for lumber from the trees did not even come close to covering the cost of a new pond. And I could testify that in 2018, the council stated that if the golf course did not have to pay an administrative fee to the city, the course would be able to pay for their expenses. Unfortunately, this was not true. As stated in a report from the finance director, the golf course still would have been tens of thousands of dollars in the red. This loss doesn't include costs associated with bond payments for golf course improvements, costs that was shifted from golf bonds in 2018 to general obligation bonds, city bonds, in 2019, bonds that are now being paid for with our property taxes. But instead, I will testify concerning comments members of the council have made that there has been plenty of time for the community to comment. While there have been reports and discussions from the ad hoc committee and the council about improvements to the clubhouse, it wasn't until earlier this year when the second ad hoc clubhouse committee was formed that the public had an opportunity to have their voices heard. Here's the catch. What the community has been allowed to comment on is a very different project than the one that is before you tonight. Not a project for $4.9 million, but one for $10.8 million, with a proposed bond for $10.3 million. And while the community members can comment tonight on the current plan, what you are voting on, or what you had planned to vote on, is funding for a project the community has barely had time to see, a project that until this evening we have not had the opportunity to comment on. The project you are considering funding this evening is an entirely different project. The project the community commented on was 3 stories, a main floor for golf and associated activities, an upper floor to be leased and generate revenue to assist in paying the bond for the clubhouse, and a lower level for storage and, importantly, for cross-country skiing. And the community was led to understand that the cost is listed in the CIP for the clubhouse and the repair and repaving of the parking lot would be bonded for less than $5 million. Over a period of a few short years, we have seen the working capital fund grow to over $730,000, while the clubhouse, sewer line, and parking lot are continuing to deteriorate. It is beyond comprehension. This fund hasn't been used to address at least some of these issues. Shouldn't maintenance issues that need to be addressed, regardless of any improvements or replacement for the clubhouse, have been funded? When we are told the golf course is showing a profit, does this include all expenses and all bond payments, or does it only account for day-to-day operating expenses? When the golf course makes a transfer out, what is that money used for? Why did members of the city council make comments at the previous city council meeting and comments to the press that there has been plenty of time to comment on the most recent plans for this project when we know that isn't true? I hope the city council is willing to consider the same process the ad hoc clubhouse committee instituted for the previous proposal, and I hope this isn't a last hurrah for those who are leaving the council, or one more line to be filled out on an already long resume. The question the council should be asking themselves is, should this meeting for approving funding be the only opportunity for public testimony? The mayor has proposed that after all public testimony is heard at a future date, the council at that time should approve a motion to send this back to the ad hoc committee. To send it back to the ad hoc committee to have public input on the revised clubhouse plans and to allow the public to have input on costs associated with this project should be the move that the council follows through on. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify this evening.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, city council members. I'm Steve Winnett from Ward 5 in Concord, and I'm grateful that actually I'm going so late because in keeping with your direction, I'm not going to talk about things that other people had, and that really just takes care of a whole lot of it. So,
Last time you were here, you talked about your vacation on the riverboat, so I didn't.
I'm not going to do that this time. I commend you, Mayor, for giving us more time to discuss this and putting it off to another meeting. I would ask that the eventual vote be taken by the new council members, and you as mayor, Mr. Champlin. And I won't go into the compliments that everyone else has given to you on the great things that you've accomplished. I share them. I'm concerned about something that has only slightly been referred to. I'm concerned about the city competing with other businesses in the area. I don't know much about golf. I rely on friends of mine who do golf, and I have several, one of which, who's been a former Concord resident and has played, as he puts it, many of the top 100 courses in the United States, many courses in New England, and has played Beaver Meadow many times, told me that clubhouses reflect the character of the courses. He also said the Beaver Meadows clubhouse, current clubhouse, nicely reflects the character of the course. As you heard from the gentleman from Laconia, he fell in love with a course that had a simple clubhouse, not an extensive clubhouse. After all, this is a public course, and as I understand, public courses tend to be simpler, have simpler facilities than a private course. If somebody wants a private course, there are several in the area, the Concord Country Club revenues support the tax base. Pembroke Pines, I guess, is in Pembroke and doesn't. But if somebody wants a private level course with an extensive clubhouse, Pembroke Pines just built a brand new one. And we all know what Concord Country Club is like. So I wonder whether we ought to be in the business of competing with golf courses that have those great facilities when we just have a municipal course, a relatively simple course. I'm concerned about the gentleman from the ad hoc committee, Tom, talked about this great restaurant. Well, if we're building a great restaurant and supported with municipal funds, why should someone want to compete with us who wants to open a restaurant on Fisherville Road when they have a taxpayer-supported restaurant down the road? Doesn't sound like that supports a tax base when we want to encourage businesses to settle here. And it seems like we would want tired and hot and hungry golfers to head down Fisherville Road to use the businesses there rather that would build our tax base and support local business, rather than have a taxpayer-supported great restaurant that could be taking business away from others. Likewise, why are we building a facility that would have banquet and wedding space when there are already businesses like that around? We shouldn't be competing with them. We should be encouraging new businesses to settle if, in fact, there are so few of them that people are having a hard time finding them. So I think we ought to seriously think about whether we ought to be in the business of competing with businesses around. I also heard that obviously the proponents envision the possibility of a new clubhouse being used as a community center. I don't know what the definition of a community center is, but the ones I've seen have gyms and things like that. I don't see any gyms in the plans for this one, for this clubhouse. So I wonder whether we need a complete new design at the cost of I don't know how much in order to make this into a clubhouse, into a community center as well as a clubhouse. So those are some of the questions that I've been thinking about. And again, I ask you to wait on voting for this and for the new council to come in. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Anybody? Appreciate your comment. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Lindsay Hackberg. I'm in Ward 2. I'm going to try not to cry. I'm in my second trimester, so bear with me. I think I didn't write anything, but I'm coming to you as a newer Concord resident. My husband and I moved here in 2020 in March. We closed on our house right as the pandemic hit. We slated our finances for a house that we could afford. We made sure that we were going to be okay if our taxes did rise, like anybody else would expect their taxes to rise. And we had help from my parents. We put our 20% down in our house. We got a 3.5%. It was wonderful. It was like the greatest thing. We started growing our family. We're on our second baby. We're both healthcare workers. We worked through the pandemic, so that didn't hurt us because we were there working. But our taxes have gone from the high 6s into the 8s now without the school, without this, this Beaver Meadow being put on board. We're buried under student loans. We're buried under the increase of gas, electric, groceries, daycare. I will be leaving my position in my job because we can't afford daycare. We can barely afford our daycare now with one child, but I'm not going to choose daycare over a family. But I just am asking more as a plea to just think about if this was pre-pandemic, if the housing market didn't go up, my family wouldn't necessarily be impacted because our house was only $265,000 when we bought it. It is now, because of the rising cost, our house is slated for about $435,000. So now our starter home is almost a $500,000 home, and this is now impacting us. We're a hardworking family. My husband's a nurse at Concord Hospital. But we try to do everything right. We tried to do everything by the book. We got married, we had children, we bought a house that was slated for our finance and our income. So I think my parents would strike me down if I didn't come up and just say my piece and stand up for us, or any families that are like us. And I just want you, when you make a decision, just know that there are people who are now in houses that will be affected by this that weren't going to be affected by this previously. And we don't know what to do anymore when a lot of this is just being pushed on us. And not that I understand the school, we needed a school, I get that. And I understand people need recreations and things like that, but when you're slated financially and you do everything right and you're just getting beaten down by the extra, like the crazy costs of everything else going up, just remember that there's families like mine that aren't going to be affordable. Like, we're not going to be able to afford a house eventually because we're now probably going to be, our taxes will, after this, will probably go creeping into the $8,500 a year. But that was all I wanted to say. I didn't want to take up a lot of your time. I just want you to know that. And
thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
It was really helpful. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Alex Streeter. I live in Ward 7. Been there about 15 years. I will skip over the parts that other folks have touched on. One of the things that I do want to highlight, though, is just in broad terms, the cost of this project. $10 million for a 15,000 square foot facility. Do the math, that comes out to about $670 per square foot for a finished product. That's insane. Now, the folks from Turner will probably roll their eyes and call me naive, but I am an engineer. I know how to do research, and I know about facts and figures. So I do a little bit of research on construction costs, current for the times that we live in. And $670 per square foot is, roughly speaking, twice the cost of residential construction. It is more than the cost for commercial construction. It is, I was trying to find something that was comparable in the different listings that I came across. And the one that came closest to a match was hotel, 5 stars. If you want to build a community center, build a community center. It doesn't require a pro shop. It doesn't require a publicly owned but privately operated restaurant. 222 parking spots. I don't live in the area. I don't know about the complaints about parking or the capacity there for various events. I do know that there are schools and other facilities that would be a very short shuttle ride away if there was a need for overflow parking. But for context, none of the schools in the district have more than 100 spots. The community center up on the Heights has well under 100 spots. I don't know why we are creating more area in asphalt than we are for the actual building that we are speaking so much about tonight. Another tidbit on construction costs, rolling back the clock to when the community center up on the Heights was built, that was $7.5, $8 million back in 2017. If you factor in the cost of inflation for construction over the last 6 or so years, that comes out to about $389 per square foot in today's dollars. And that's for a building that is twice as large, is used by a very broad swath of our city. Moving on to my next point here. Okay, I did say that I wasn't going to copy some other things that have been said, but I would like to voice my frustration about where is the fundraising from private organizations. I appreciated the testimony from Mr. Evans Brown. I contributed to the Ski the Beeve program to get them their groomer. I contributed to the skate house over at White Park. I'd be happy to contribute to lights up on the Heights, and so on. It seems every large community project here has some constituency that is happy and willing to do fundraising to help defray the costs because they believe in it. If the golfing community is so broad and egalitarian as its boosters would like to claim, where are they? Why haven't they stepped up to demonstrate their willingness to do their part to make this happen? We should not be bearing the full cost of this. In some of the letters to the editor, some folks have said, well, taxpayers pay for the library, they pay for the trails, they pay for the pools, and I don't use any of them. Give me my clubhouse. A key difference is accessibility. Anyone can walk into the library. You want to use the trails? Lace up your shoes. Nobody needs to pay a greens fee to toss a football at Rollins Park. I use the pools during the summer. Gosh, I wish that they could be open for more than just the 6 or 8 weeks that we can get staffing for them. These are amenities. They're largely free and open to the public, and they're used by lots of people, and they're accessible. Nobody needs to reserve a tee time at most of these places. And whether the golfers like to admit it or not, it is still a moneyed sport. About the closest analog that I could think of amongst the sports that I myself partake in is downhill skiing, right? You've got the lodge, go in for your hot chocolate, but that is also a moneyed sport. It's got a high barrier to entry. Equipment, lift passes, and so forth. I'm not asking the city to own and operate a downhill ski mountain. I don't think that the city of Concord would sign up for that if it was on the table. And lastly, whether the members of this council would like to admit it or not, this particular project, this particular issue did play into my thinking for who I was voting for in this most recent election. A lot of the incoming members expressed skepticism, and I share that skepticism, in case you couldn't tell. So I appreciate the motion to recess and to take this up for a vote at some other point when we have more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we've been going for 2.5 hours. We have things that people really unique to say, so we'll go in the back. Yeah. Who else still wants to testify? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thankfully, you're all the people before me, they'll be even shorter than they're going to be. But there were a couple of key points I wanted to make. My name is Terry Gladstone, and I'm from Ward 9, and I've lived in Concord around 40 years. Run for office a couple of times, done some other things around the community. But what I wanted to bring up was, and I'll be skipping around a little bit since most of this has been said, is a lot of the people on this council running either for election this year or re-election and in the previous elections always stand up and tell us that they're going to manage the city budget the way we would manage our household budget. Well, I have to tell you, if I go out and look for a $300,000 house because that's my budget, and then when it comes down to the final negotiations, it suddenly goes up to $600,000, I'm going to step away from that. That wasn't in the budget. Second of all, you have to look at other expenditures that you see coming down the road that may be more critical. You don't put a pool in your backyard when you need a new roof. We have, as some people have said, and I'll barely touch on it, we have an affordable housing crisis, which may contribute to possibly having to put in a fund for keeping people on staff or bringing new people in because they can't afford to live here. So thus, they can't work here. It's too much to commute. And we do have housing going in. I won't say we don't have housing coming in. Some affordable, some maybe not so affordable. But that brings up another issue. What about the fire department? I know we're looking at taking care of the police department, but with the additional infrastructure going in and growing, the fire department has gotten pretty much, from what I can see, next to nothing over the past few years and seems to be struggling to manage what we already have. So that's another thing that's critical for you to take a look at. One of the things that really burned me about this was when people kept saying, well, we did the lighting and everything at Keach Park. Well, I did a little asking around and even talked to a couple people at the city, and it turns out that you have 400, give or take, members at the golf course, and you have tens of thousands of people who take advantage of our parks for everything from walking the dog to snowshoeing to soccer leagues and other leagues, sports leagues and that sort of thing. And we have 4,000 people alone on 4th of July at Memorial Field, which is in great need of work. And as I understand it, we already have committees looking at addressing, working on Memorial Field and working on the Riverwalk Park and that sort of thing. So I think we really need to sit down. You really need to sit down. I'd be happy to help. I won't run for city council, but I'd be happy to help. I do better on this side. To look at what the priorities have to be. And I would say that $10 million for a golf course is not what I'm willing to pay my additional taxes for. I don't say we don't need the golf course, but we also have examples in our community of how that might be addressed when you look at the Friends of White Park, the Friends of the Audi, and other organizations like that. And you heard one young man say they would be happy to be one of the groups that contributes to that. And we've had other things come about. Our new mayor coming in, Champlin, working on the building downtown, the historical building, getting people to raise money. So I think there are other ways to look at this, even if they're only paying for a part of it. And I also felt that citizens that voted you in were giving short shaft because you treated them like you could ram it through without them knowing what you were doing till the very last minute. And I think you need to give them more credit than that. And I think you need to respect them a little bit more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Eaton. I'm a resident of Ward 4, soon to be resident of Ward 3. And I wrote down my testimony, which is good news for its brevity. I was not here in person on November 13th, but streaming the meeting online. I listened, and I was deeply affected as someone from Human Services spoke that night about the real concern that the city will run out of funds in the next few months to support the many seeking assistance for rent and other basic needs. I heard that in that meeting. Not 15 minutes later, I listened as all of you, many of you, I won't say all of you, many of you gave your arguments downplaying the spending of the $10 million towards this clubhouse and the reasonableness of moving this to have a vote today. That was the intention then. I know that's changed now. You're saying it wasn't the intention to have the vote tonight then.
I said at that meeting on the 13th, what I said was, we should have a public hearing, which we're doing.
Okay. That was not what I understood.
And I explained that we could do nothing, we could pass what is, or we could take some other subsequent action. I gave 3 possibilities.
Okay. I think what I understood and what so many other people understood clearly was that there was going to be a decision made tonight about the bond.
There could have been.
Okay. All right. So anyways, so that was what I heard. And so the juxtaposition, now I'm getting off script here, I'm taking longer, sorry about that. The juxtaposition of that investment with the report of the desperation of those seeking assistance from this city, unable to pay rent, buy fuel and food, not to mention the report about the many hundreds of unhoused, that also happened in that meeting. It felt uncanny to witness on my phone, online, those 2 things being talked about in this room within a half an hour of each other. And it's not just the $10 million price tag, but the pursuit of the bigger, nicer, better for the few. And I know it's more than 400, we've heard that tonight. But the bigger, the nicer, the better for the few, with relatively no comment from this group and no reflection on that Human Services report of the plight of your fellow residents. Maybe that conversation happened after I could hear it. I think the city needs to reassess the priorities for its spending. It's not an either or zero-sum thing. I don't believe that's true. I think we can have and maintain public spaces and make them as accessible to as many people as possible. And we can give housing and fuel and shelter and care for those who've been made vulnerable in hard times. We can do both of these things. But we need to move toward this with care, patience, consideration, and always with the human impact made front and center. And we've heard people tonight talk about the real human impact for especially for lower income families or families that would easily be middle class families, but in the current post-COVID economy are being actively squeezed out. And that's real. So I think that so human impact made front and center. Could we build a more reasonably scaled public space, make it as accessible as possible to as many as possible, and not contribute to the financial burden of the public that it is being built to serve? I think we can. And I also think it's a path that requires intentionality, it requires time, and it requires as much public input, more than a night or 2 or 3, especially when new information comes to light. When the estimate came in at 10 million rather than 5 million, and it became known that it would not be built with the financial benefit of partnering with the New Hampshire Golf Association, but would in fact be paid for by taxpayers, I think this was one of those moments when wisdom calls us to creatively rethink a project in light of new and challenging information that's been gathered, to reflect on a surprising setback. Wow, that's different. And return to deliberations with committee and community to see whether or not our plan was the best for current city needs and for real human impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody? Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Eric Gallagher from Ward 6. So I am here to testify against the current proposal. So I just want to start with, so mentioning that I'm from Ward 6, and this is out in Ward 2. When people talk about accessibility, or is it accessible or not, there's different senses to the word. Sometimes it might mean, like, is it accessible to people with disabilities, or is there a proper, that sort of sense of it. But I think the sense of the word accessibility that I'm concerned about is just getting to it in the first place. You know, it's in this remote location out in the more rural part of Concord. If I wanted to walk to it from Ward 6, it's a really long walk. I don't think that there are even sidewalks the whole way, especially along State Street there. And also, the bus doesn't, Concord Area Transit doesn't go by it. It stays on State Street, and closest place you'd have to get off would be at the place where there's the split with Sewell's Falls Road, and that's just not convenient for, that's not an option for most people who live downtown. So it's out in this remote location, and just in terms of the land use, golf is a pretty bad use of land. Just the monoculture of grass being the only plant growing in that area is really bad for pollinators and for biodiversity in general. There's other plants besides grass we could be growing instead, and also the fertilizers that are required to maintain it. I remember in high school, in one of my biology classes, we'd go and measure certain levels of things in the various waterways around town, and one of the things that fertilizer runoff leads to is an increase of nitrates and phosphates in the local waterways, which often leads to them getting choked with algal blooms and stuff. So yeah, basically golf is there are better things that we could be using that land for than golf. Someone said, oh no, it might get developed. Well, that would be good if it got developed and turned into housing. That would be an improvement. It could help improve the whole housing crisis that we're going through. Someone was also worried, oh, it might just fall into disrepair. Well, that also would be an improvement if it just went back to being forest, in my opinion. It would do a better job capturing carbon than the current crop of grass that's making up the golf course. So yeah, I think there's a lot of we could be I do support the city spending money on stuff and doing things. I don't think it's necessarily the price tag that's the problem. It's the fact that it's for golf. And I think that there are lots of better public goods that would benefit the public more broadly and more generally that we could be spending this on instead.
Thank you very much, Representative. I enjoy reading your bills, by the way. Okay. Mr. Walker. How many do we have left? Come on, you guys can't keep raising your hand. We're at 10:42 right now.
Do you need a motion to extend?
Not yet. What if we get close? Welcome.
Thank you. Usually I'm in bed by now.
Same here.
I have, can I change the seat?
It's dangerous in that one, we know.
Hello. Thank you very much. Long night. I wrote quite a bit, but at this part of the night I can cut it way back. First of all, Mayor Boulay, we've had lots of exciting conversations over the years, and we've agreed and disagreed, but I want you to know I truly do appreciate your service and the sacrifice that goes into being a city councilor. And Councilor Krenovic, the kind words the other day were a real shock to my family. And thank you so much for recognizing my mother.
We love her.
Thank you. So, my mother used to come to these council meetings and come home, you know, sometimes at midnight, and then wake us up in the morning. She's making breakfast for all four of us. And I'd say, Ma, how'd that hearing go last night? And she'd say, well, pretty good. I said, what was the vote? She says, 14-1. I said, 1? Yeah, nobody agreed with me. But I got to have my say. And she said, you know, this is, I heard this a lot. This wasn't a project that I'm totally opposed to, but I'm just opposed to the way we're going about it. And that she always looked at, is everybody getting a say? Are we hearing everybody in the city? And is it the best for the city? And I think that's where I'm at on this. I don't oppose this idea of making Beaver Meadow better. Certainly the clubhouse is in poor condition. The course, I think, is in real good condition. And that's where I think lots of money should be spent, is keeping the course in good condition, because that's why people play there. I don't think they play there for a great clubhouse. It has to be adequate and meet the needs of the public to a point. I'm skipping around here because I don't want to keep repeating people, but I did look at, you know, the 10 million, it's really more like $11 million. It's a bizarre number, I thought, right off the bat, based on a square footage cost, but I think there's better ways to improve Beaver Meadow. And you know, the new design, it seemed to come along real fast. And I don't know how much of that $500,000 was spent on this particular floor plan. It just seems like a lot of money for what you received. And I think it can be scaled back. I'm not sure if the building can be improved with a renovation. Maybe it can, but I haven't seen those numbers. Maybe there's better information, better due diligence on that than I'm aware of. But you know, 15,000 feet, I thought it could be scaled back by a third, and you could still accomplish what you wanted to. You know, if I was a private developer and I looked at that pro forma, I don't think I would do this. And it doesn't mean stop, but I think it's maybe go back to the drawing board a little bit and tweak some things, make it a little more cost effective. And you know, a private developer would have done a market study. I don't know if there was a market study for this. Do we know? No? Okay. You know, that would tell you if what you want to build is going to work. You know, is there a need for 3 big function areas or function rooms? Maybe there is, but You know, when you're not using them, you're paying for them to run them. It's, I'm trying to cut out all kinds of things here. Oh, maintenance. So the reason it's in terrible repair is because I think we didn't pay attention to taking care of it. You know, you could go in there and the bathroom is broken. If the toilet's broken, you can't just put out of order on it. You need to fix it. It's, when the building needed paint, you should paint it. It's when those things you keep up with your maintenance. This is a building of this proposal, I think, needs professional management all around. Not just city staff, but someone to run this property. If you're going to have a small event center, you need to have an event manager, someone who's going to promote it, someone can advertise, make people aware of what you have. And I don't know if that's, I didn't think that's in the budget, but I'm not sure how it's actually going to operate and run. And maybe if you told us that, I'd feel a little more comfortable. The only other thing is, I want to say something, you know, today's kind of an unlucky day because you know what came in the mail today? Lots of tax bills for me. And I didn't bother opening them because I wanted to come here tonight and not be steaming. But, you know, affordable housing. Sometime after the first of the year or when the new council sits, you sit and set your priorities. That will be at the top. It'll say affordable housing. That's our goal, you know. Try to maintain some affordability there. But every time these projects come up, you know, whether it's this, the school, a new police station, which, you know, if we're starting out at 25 million, it's probably going to be $40 million. Memorial Field, you know, all those things add up, and it's reflected in the tax bill. And as a landlord, we have several multifamilies. At this point, you have to pass it on to the tenant. You have to. We're going backwards now on why do we own these properties? We own them for income, our retirement. So, you know, the tenant, he's the one that bears the burden of the increase in the tax rate. The water bill goes from $40 to $75 a month, just like that. No idea why, but it's like across the board. You know, so that's keeping rental units affordable, not just building affordable, but maintaining some affordability. And so I don't think I'm an obstructionist. I think I've spent 38 years promoting Concord and working towards progress and building taxable properties. But I think this one's a little overexpensive, and we should slow it down just a little bit, take a better look at it. Is there a better way to achieve the goal of improving Beaver Meadow or Beaver Meadow Clubhouse?
Thank you very much. That's all I got. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Short and sweet. Bob Tatron from Ward 1. My apologies up front. 30 years in the Army, I've been accused of being blunt. There's good news and bad news. You all have a transparency problem, and I'm sure you've heard that more than once from the audience. And that leads to, you know, some bad PR. And so just a taxpayer's perspective, okay? I'm not opposed to upgrading the clubhouse. I am opposed to the dollar amount, and I think you've heard that a number of times. But I think there's a way around it, and I think, you know, it's got to go back to the drawing board. And so I'm going to quote something that we all have learned in the military, and that is, no plan survives first contact, okay? And that's exactly what I think's happened here, okay? This was a plan that over a period of months just blew up, literally blew up from under $1 million to, 10 times that, And so I think it just needs some revision. And I think it can be scaled back to something that's more reasonable and more palatable to the taxpayers. But I think it also needs to have some, people have talked about it earlier, about fundraising. And I think it needs to be looked at with some fundraising plans. I also think there's some other options. And one of the things that I didn't hear, and I didn't see in the pro forma budget plan, was I didn't see any line items about income or revenue stream from the winter season, from the cross-country skiing or the skating or anything like that. I didn't see any budget revenue from there. Now, I noticed there was an article in the paper a while back about, I think it was Bow High School was using it for a practice, for their cross-country team. And I'm thinking, hey, you know what? That's okay. That's great. But, look we're taxpayers and we're paying for it. And God bless, but, I'm all for kids using, having some athletic things, but that's the town of Bow. God bless them, but if you're going to use taxpayers, assets here in the city of Concord, then there should be a fee associated with that, The other thing that we talked about and came up earlier in the discussions here was, look, there's no fees associated with non-residents here. Look, I hear about people using it that are non-residents using it during the summer to play golf. Look at it, this is such a great golf, and I'm not a golfer, I'm with Tom. If non-residents like the golf course so much, I'm sure they'll pay an extra $50 a year for a non-membership fee. It's not a lot of extra money, but why should a non-resident pay the same fee that a resident does? I mean, it's not a lot more money, but that adds more revenue to, this is basic. This is budgeting 101 here, right? You either gotta reduce the expenses or increase the revenue. That's the only way you're going to make this work, okay? And so that's the deal. That's all I've got to say. Quick and dirty.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Thank
you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, I'm Jennifer Chase. I live on Ward 2. And I kind of just want to expand on what he's saying. I feel like it's an identity crisis, right? We're either a clubhouse or we're a community center. So are we spending clubhouse dollars with a clubhouse business plan that's going to actually bring in revenue to the city instead of being this black hole that it was from 2014 to 19? We've only seen dollars now in the COVID times, and I mean, our zones, the hardiness zones for the USDA just changed, right? So like the winter stuff isn't necessarily guaranteed in coming years. How are we even making money in the winter? Or are we a clubhouse, or are we a community center, right? So like if we're a community center, we don't need to spend $11 million to make this place nicer. We can change the format and have like community spaces and have community events there. I spend as much time outdoors as I possibly can. It's one of the great parts about living in Ward 2. I have never once thought about going to the Beaver Meadow to be outside. That's not a thing. So it's an image issue, right? If it's a community center, why are we not driving that to bring people there to be on board, get the buy-in from the community? We don't have that. So we either need to make this a profitable place and a clubhouse, or we need to embrace the community center side of it and make it for everybody. Thank you for staying so late. This is way past my bedtime too.
You want a motion to extend it?
You got 4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, people, I'm going to talk fast. I'm going to say only things that I think haven't been said yet. The first is, I think that we need to, once again, do the 3/4 vote if you're changing the capital budget after the original thing, because if you put a placeholder and it's too low, then you're not making the proper adjustment in the thing. Like, for instance, if you'd known that the golf clubhouse was going to be $10 million, maybe you would have said, we don't want that second golf pro. We can save $100 grand a year by eliminating the second golf pro, and that'll help pay for the thing. Secondly, you have a committee that's primarily made up of former school board members, so they don't think about cost. Well, I mean, that's a great stereotype, but even the school board seems to be thinking about cost now. And I'd like to say, let's expand the committee. If you're going to get a committee to look at this, to include more people, some of whom may have some feeling about doing cost. I think that you're talking about this is an investment like downtown. I'd like to point out that the $10.5 million or whatever it is just for the clubhouse is not that far distance from the whole amount you spent over downtown, fixing the whole downtown for 2 years. So, I mean, that's a whopping sum for such a minor project. There's been letters in the paper from people in Bow saying, this is a great idea, Concord should do it. I think maybe you should write to the town of Bow. Say, we'll give you a share in this. We only want you to pay $30 for every household in Bow, and you can come up here for the resident rate. See what the town of Bow thinks of that. And as far as the community center, I think that we need to say, well, there are other facilities, like we have the school right there. They're supposed to make those available to the community. We have Project Second Start. We're giving them space on the heights. Maybe they'd make a room available to the community for some reason. And lastly, I want to say a quick thing about these golf simulators. I don't know whether the pro can give lessons at golf simulators or they're like a video game or what. And maybe we should get 18 of them and pay for them by selling all the golf carts and mowers, because you won't need them if you have 18 golf simulators. Or maybe, you're going to have competition because suppose Mr. Sanborn gets 10 golf simulators for his casino when he's told he can't have games at chance anymore. So I think we need to think about the simulators too. Anyway, I talked fast. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, can I get a motion to go past 11 o'clock? Suspend the rules?
So
Motion
moved.
made, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Is that?
No.
Who we got left? Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Pisania. I am a resident of Ward 5, and I'm actually here to read someone else's testimony. But before I do that, I did want to thank the person who spoke before me mentioning the public transportation issue. There is no public transportation out to Beaver Meadow, and inherently makes it inaccessible to a large portion of the population here. Anyhow, so that's all I have to say on behalf of myself. I'm going to read a statement on behalf of Sharm Amico, who unfortunately had to leave early. As neighbors in our community continue to lack access to services and remain under-resourced, we must question the necessity of investing $10.3 million into a golf course clubhouse renovation. We should consider allocating some of those funds to meet the needs of our most vulnerable communities. I urge our elected leaders to prioritize equitable and inclusive access to services and invest taxpayer dollars into projects that adequately serve the residents of Concord. Having worked closely with New American Families and other marginalized groups for years, it has become evident that certain populations in Concord face numerous barriers. In order to address these issues, we must invest in providing resources and opportunities to overcome these challenges and break down the barriers. I am skeptical about the equity of the golf course clubhouse project, as it is already inaccessible to those facing financial and transportation constraints. According to city regulations, it should be accessible to everyone. However, it is important to question how it can be accessible to under-resourced communities and those without transportation. I didn't realize she was going to make that point. Perhaps a portion of the funds for the golf course clubhouse could be raised privately, allowing the city to invest in projects that benefit the entire community. It is unnecessary to burden taxpayers with the cost of an extravagant clubhouse that primarily benefits a select group of community members, particularly those who can afford to access it. While this project is presented as a profit maker for the city, we should also explore alternative investment opportunities and consider other uses for the $10.3 million that could benefit everyone in Concord. Educational opportunities, improving accessibility, and fulfilling basic needs are community investments that are both profitable and socially valuable. We must take immediate action towards a more inclusive model. I urge our leaders to explore alternative private funding sources for the golf course clubhouse so we can invest in a city that is equitable and inclusive for all. This is what Concord truly needs. Thank you all very much for staying so late and hearing all we have to say, and for all the work you do.
Anyone else? Just last chance. Okay, I'll recognize Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Did she introduce herself as the last person? Welcome.
I'm Melissa Heimbach. I live in Ward 5, and I'm going to be extremely brief because I thank you all for your incredible patience and perseverance and longevity this evening. I've winnowed 4 pages of comments down to basically 2 sentences. The first one is, show me your budget, and you will show me your values. And the second sentence is that I just encourage you all to truly recommit to fiscal responsibility, transparency, true diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging for all of Concord. And I would like to just thank everyone who's gone before, but especially Sharma Miko, who spoke in the previous statement via a surrogate. I think what Sharm said really summed up what a lot of us feel. So thank you all for listening to us all tonight. I hope that you will recess and discuss this, research and listen thoroughly, and let the new 2024 City Council vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my apologies. Anybody else? You sure? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I move to recess this hearing to this item, the Beaver Meadow Clubhouse building. So I move to recess to the call of the chair and also to send back this item to the existing committee.
Second.
Motion made, second to do it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. It's non-debatable. I will say this, so I encourage everybody to come back and testify next when I'm gone, so.
I second.
What you do?
All right, we're going to take a 2-minute recess. was probably as closest to 2 minutes as I've ever got.
I know.
Well,
kind of
glad
like
you squeaked me in.
Let's do some building.
Okay. Let's party.
Where? Councilor Rice Hawkins? Councilor Brown?
They're in the ladies' room. Outside of the ladies' room?
Absent without leave.
I'll go. I'm tired.
Serge Arms.
Is the carry through the
Secure
next
the
half
chamber.
hour or what? It'll show you.
Do something.
Come here after 11 means a second piece of cake.
I still have some right here.
I still have some, you want mine?
I've got a second piece already. Thank you, though.
The city manager thought I was sitting over there to
Doesn't
sneak in
there
somewhere.
was a line in the ladies' room, sir.
Was it good?
Okay, so let's roll. All right, brings us to our public hearing action phase. Madam Clerk, item 36, please.
It's a resolution appropriating the sum of $68,000 for a source development charge study and accepting $68,000 in drinking water and groundwater trust fund grant funds.
Thank you very much. Do we have a
Move
motion?
approval.
Second.
Motion made, second to approve this item. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Have received necessary 2/3. Motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, item 37, please.
A resolution appropriating the sum of $24,657 for law enforcement-related programs and accepting that sum in unmatched grant funds from the United States Department of Justice.
Move approval. Second.
Motion made, second to approve this item. Is there any discussion?
Your Honor, I'd like to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you very much. So noted. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Have received necessary 2/3. Motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, item 38, please.
A resolution appropriating the sum of $20,200 to assist the library's mission in providing a variety of equitable services to patrons at the Concord Public Library and appropriating that sum in grant funds from the Concord Public Library Foundation.
Second.
Motion made, second to approve this item. Is there any discussion?
Your Honor, I am recusing myself from this item.
Thank you very much. So noted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Have received necessary 2/3. Motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, item 39, please.
It's a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a purchase and sales agreement with the Dupree Company or related entity to acquire real estate located at 4 Booton Street and 124 North State Street for the police headquarters project, appropriating the sum of $4,090,000 for the acquisition and purchase of the real estate, and authorizing the issuance in bonds and notes in that sum.
Move approval.
Thank you very much. Motion is made and seconded to approve this item. Let's do a roll call on this one.
Your Honor, I'm recusing myself from this item.
So noted.
Mayor Boulay?
Yes.
Oh, can I speak?
What? You okay? No, I thought it was leaking. Oh, no.
I just had a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. My apologies. Please forgive me. We'll stop the voting and Council Fennessy.
Sure. So I just wanted to clarify one piece on this, which I know we got some testimony from people. My understanding is that we will have a due diligence period in which we will evaluate whether or not we're going to have the opportunity to renovate this building or whether we would have to knock it down and start over. And we have the opportunity to get out of the closing if we choose to, based on whatever our due diligence shows during that period of time.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, my apologies. We'll try it again. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Boulay?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Recused.
Councilor Champlin?
Yes.
Councilor Fennessy?
Yes.
Councilor Grady Sexton?
Yes.
Councilor Keach?
Yes.
Councilor Kretovic?
Yes.
Councilor Mattson?
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilor McNamara?
Yes.
Councilor Nyan?
Yes.
Councilor Pierce?
Yes.
Councilor Rice Hawkins?
Yes.
Councilor Todd?
Yes.
And Councilor Bouchard?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Have received the necessary 2/3. Motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, item 40, please.
It is a resolution establishing a technology, infrastructure, and equipment capital reserve, appropriating the sum of $112,521.25 as a transfer to the technology reserve, and accepting that sum from Breeze Line for this purpose.
Move approval.
Motion made and seconded to approve this item. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Have received necessary 2/3. Motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, item 41, please.
It's an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Administrative Code, Chapter 35, Classification and Compensation Plan for a Senior Assistant City Prosecutor.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve this item. Is there any discussion? Seeing that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, item 42, please.
A resolution appropriating the sum of $385,000 for General Services Department retention payments and authorizing the use of $385,000 in unassigned fund balance.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve this item. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Having received necessary two-thirds, the motion is adopted. We have no reports, no new business. I don't believe we're taking off the unbidden business, correct? Council Fennessy, you were the one who did, no? Okay. Takes us to comments requests by mayor and councilors. Anybody have anything they want to share? You want to just go around the room, or do you want to?
I'll start.
Perfect.
I just want to wish everyone happy holidays. And I just want to thank all of my colleagues around the table. It's been a pleasure to serve with all of you. For those of you who will not be returning, I just want to say, and especially to our mayor as well, that your contributions to the council's efforts have been invaluable, and I really very much have appreciated and enjoyed every moment of working with you. I know you'll be gone, but you will definitely not be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to serve with all of you. I have no reason to kiss up to the mayor. Elect or current, so, but it's been fun to serve
Don't
with
be
you
so
all,
fast.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's true.
To know the comments of Councilor Todd.
Ditto your comments, but I also want to say, we still have all your phone numbers of those of you that are leaving, so I'll call you and talk to you about things.
I'm just going to echo Councilor Todd's. I have, as my first term, I have really appreciated serving with you, looking across the table, learning from you. I'm a better counselor, a better person from this experience, and I really thank you for that.
I want to thank first everybody who came out tonight to testify. I want to thank everybody who emailed me and called me. I had a lot of very good conversations with people. I hope you'll continue to be involved in the process. Obviously, this is sort of the beginning and not the end of the process. To some of the new counselors I see out in the audience, welcome. I hope you get the pleasure of having one of these late meetings very early on as well. And then finally to the members of the council that will be departing, I want to start by thanking the mayor, who has taught me so much and was a great resource. And anytime I had a question about anything, he answered them. I really appreciate that. To Councilor Nyan, who I think is a tremendous resource that we'll be losing, just the knowledge about all of the things, and the time. I think it was probably after one of my first meetings where he said, "That's a good thought. We did that in 2000 and it didn't work, and we looked at it again in 2005 and we looked at it again in 2012. But I like where your head's at." So I appreciate that, and I hope I can continue to obtain that guidance from you. And everybody else, it's been a pleasure serving with you as well, and thank you all.
Yeah, I'm really sad I'm really gonna miss many of you. I've had the pleasure of serving with over the years. I think that you've done tremendous work and have, given so much of yourselves and your time, and I'm grateful for your families for allowing you to be able to give all of this service. I see Tara Reardon, Commissioner Reardon in the back, and Jackson Boulay, and thank you both for giving of so much of Mayor Boulay's time. I'm going to miss him the most, I will say. You've been just a really tremendous mentor, and nobody can facilitate a meeting the way that you do. Nobody can facilitate consensus building the way that you have. You make sure that every person in the audience feels as if they've been heard, especially those times where I'm like, I would love to put a 2-minute limit on this, but you never do. And you always say, anybody else want to speak for a second time? And that's just such an important lesson for all of us, is to make sure that the public has the opportunity to weigh in and to feel that they've been heard and to truly be heard. So I know that you're going to stay involved in many ways, but I'm going to miss you very much deeply, and all of my other fellow counselors that are departing, and thank you all.
Same thoughts as we've heard already. I think the one thing I'm going to probably miss the most is really the collaborative way that particularly the departing people worked on the council. Didn't mean we always agreed, but the issues were never made personal. They were made with the city's best interest at heart. And I never felt that any of you that are leaving had a particular agenda they were trying to drive home. And I hope the new folks coming in are thinking really broadly about the city. And I know everyone has their passions and their issues and agendas. Very important that they be heard, but I think the folks that are leaving thought of the city in a very broad context, and I think that will be missed, and I hope it continues going forward.
I am rarely speechless, but I'm close to it right now. I do also want to echo Councilor Fennessy and say thank you to all the people who came out. Thank you to all the people who testified. I think we've had a healthy community conversation, and I'm hoping that we continue to have a healthy community conversation around this and other issues. I am deeply going to miss this council with very few changes. I've served with this group for 10 years, and I think Councilor Keach hit the nail on the head when he said that this has been a collaborative body. These have been people who feel very strongly about issues, but also who have always tried to come together and to work together in the best interest of this city. I won't try to go out and name people individually, but you've all made a great contribution to the future of the city during your tenures here, no matter how long it's been. Probably the person who's made the most significant impact has to be Mayor Boulay. I want to thank him for being a mentor, being a firm hand on the tiller, for being, as Councilor Grady Sexton said, a consensus builder, which is not an easy thing. It is with some trepidation that I take the tiller from his hand. But I feel that the wisdom that he has shared with us, the perspective that he's given us, hopefully will continue as we move forward as a new council with some of the folks who are out in the audience and some of the folks who were here earlier tonight. And I look forward to that new day. But I look back with some tristesse, that sweet sadness, to the council that is going to leave the stage tonight.
I want to thank everybody for my first year, so I'm going into my second. I want to thank you all for leaving the council this year. I'm going to miss you all. Welcome the new people coming in, and you know I'm going to miss you. and I'm glad you're joining us. Thank you.
I want to thank the residents of Ward 7 for allowing me the honor and privilege for serving for 18 years. I also want to thank my family for allowing me to share my time with the residents of Concord. I look forward to watching the council in the future. Thank you all for your friendship, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
So I wanted to thank the residents of Ward 8 for believing in me and voting for me, and also my family for supporting me. And I will miss everybody here. I've learned a lot, I've grown a lot, and I've been really grateful to have met and become friends with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's been a real privilege to serve on the council, and as I've worn both hats of being a state representative and a city councilor, I found the council a lot more rewarding because we're just so close to the local level, and you could really make a difference. And I want to thank you, Mayor, because as you have been a consensus builder, you've always looked at the big picture, and you've calmed me down when I get a little Irish temper going. And I also want to thank my family and friends who have put up with me and given me space to do this. And I want to express my gratitude to the voters who have consistently supported me and voted me in. And I also want to express my gratitude to the voters of Ward 9 who wrote me in as supervisor of the checklist. So you're going to see me at the polls. So thank you very much, and I wish you all well, and I miss you. And no, I will not be watching.
Before I do thank yous, I did just want to take a moment to recognize Consent Resolution 33. I didn't want to pull it from the agenda to speak to it, but the city is moving forward with a competitive grant for a modular vehicle barrier system for protection of crowds at public gatherings. We had a chance to test drive this during Halloween Hell. Thank you to the fire chief and staff for making that possible. It worked great. It was great to see it in action. I'm really excited that we're moving forward with that. So I want to draw attention to that. I would also like to thank my family for all of their support and letting me do early mornings and late nights around city council. I hope that my son one day speaks as effectively about those morning breakfast conversations as we heard earlier tonight. I want to thank the council members for all of your support, and in particular, Councilor Brent Todd, who was one of the first folks to reach out when I got elected and has been a mentor and consistently reached out with support over the years. So thank you for that. It's really helpful when you're new and finding your way here. And I'm really excited about a lot of the new ideas that we heard over the last few months, and I think City Council is in great hands, and I'm excited to see what happens, and I'll be in the gallery, so you know, I'll be watching.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everybody sharing. So it is now my pleasure to award our city manager his 25-year milestone with the City of Concord. So this is your 25-year.
He already has the key to the city.
Take the beer. So, for your trivia people, he was appointed city manager on April 10th, 2006.
Wow.
So, bear with me a little bit, it's a little long, but it comes after 26 years, so. So as my time as mayor comes to a close after 16 remarkable years and 10 years as a Ward 10 councilor, I wanted to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude and share some final remarks with all of you. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all 52 council members who have worked tirelessly alongside me. Your dedication, passion, and commitment for our community have been truly inspiring. And together we have accomplished so much, and I am proud of the progress we have made during our tenure. Specifically, I want to recognize, I'm going to say your first names, I'm sorry, Earl, and Keith, and Gail, and Candace, and Zandra. You all have been outstanding counselors. There's an alumni club that we should have, and we can all watch and enjoy. To the community, I am humbled by your support throughout the years. Your trust in me to lead this city has been an honor, and I am grateful for the opportunity to have served you. It's been an incredible journey filled with challenges and triumphs, and I'm proud of the positive changes that we brought about together. During my time as mayor, we've achieved significant milestones, from supporting our public safety, revitalizing our downtown, expanding our tax base, protecting our open space and natural resources, to fostering a sense of community where we can be proud to say we are the capital city. But the work is not done. As the torch is passed to the next council, I encourage all of you to continue to build upon the foundation we have laid. Embrace new ideas, collaborate, and strive for progress. Remember that change takes time, and it's through the unity and perseverance that we can create an even brighter future for our community. So let me personally extend a welcome to one of the most incredible institutions you can be a member of. Councilor-elect Horn, Jim Schlosser, Councilor-elect Sekou, Councilor-elect Schultz, and Councilor-elect Foote. It's a great...
Councilor-elect Kurtz, too.
My apologies. I asked you if I had everybody. I was doing wards 2, 7, 8, 9, 10.
At large.
At the large people.
At large seat.
And of course, Councilor Kurtz, the 4-year term. welcome. This is a wonderful institution you're going to be part of. Enjoy every minute of it. It will be incredibly rewarding and give back as much as you give. To Mayor-elect Champlin, I offer my support and guidance. You are stepping into a role that requires dedication and a genuine commitment to serving our community. I trust that you will lead with integrity, passion, and a deep understanding of the needs and aspirations of our residents. To our municipal employees, I want to take a little time. I want to take the moment to express my heartfelt appreciation for the steadfast commitment and dedication that each and every one of you have demonstrated throughout my 26 years in office. You are the backbone of our city, and without your hard work and our accomplishments would not have been possible. I have witnessed firsthand the tireless efforts you put into your work day in and day out. Whether it was ensuring a smooth operation of our public services, maintaining our infrastructure, or working tirelessly to address the needs of our community, you have consistently gone above and beyond to serve our residents. Your professionalism, expertise, and commitment have made our city a better place to live, work, and thrive. You have shown remarkable creativity in finding solutions to challenges we faced. I think you're going to have to be a little more creative in the future. And your dedication to the well-being of our community has been truly inspiring. I want to personally thank each and every one of you for your hard work, your passion, and your loyalty. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed, and I am immensely grateful for the positive impact you've made on our city. And I want you to know this, I'm talking about people who risk their lives in police and fire, the people who make our streets safe and make sure our kids get to school, make sure our water is clean, make sure we flush gets taken care of, to make sure that we comply with all the wonderful things we have to make sure our elections are unbelievably safe and fair, and to the great folks at our legal department to keep us out of trouble. I mean, the list goes on and on. Our community development department, we have an amazing group of city employees, and I would really be remiss not to spend time talking about how great they really are. To our city manager, Thomas Bell, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude for incredible dedication, leadership, and friendship you've demonstrated throughout your tenure. You have not only served as an exemplary city manager, but you've also been a trusted confidant and friend. Under your guidance, our city has thrived and achieved remarkable milestones. Your commitment to excellence, strategic vision, and tireless efforts have transformed our city into a vibrant and prosperous community. Your ability to navigate complex challenges with grace and wisdom has been truly inspiring. Beyond your professional achievements, I want to acknowledge the profound impact you've had on my life. Your kindness, your empathy, and your genuine care for the well-being of others have touched the lives of countless individuals in our community, including mine. You have always been there to offer a listening ear, provide valuable advice, and lend a helping hand. And I want to express my deepest appreciation for your friendship, your warmth, your humor, and support. You've made our working relationship not only productive, but also enjoyable. And I feel privileged to have you as a friend. To Tara and to Jackson, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to each of you for your unwavering support, your sacrifice, and your love throughout this incredible journey. Your presence, encouragements, and understanding have been the pillars of strength that have allowed me to serve our community with a dedication and passion. Being mayor has been an extraordinary privilege, but it has also demanded a great deal of time, energy, and commitment. And I am deeply aware of the sacrifices that each of you have made to support me in this role. From missed family gatherings to late nights to early mornings, you have always stood by my side, offering your support and understanding. And I think each one of us can all speak to the exact same thing. We get home from a city council meeting and you go, "You won't believe what happened." And they're looking at us going, "Go to sleep, just go away." Your belief in me, even during the most challenging times, has been a constant source of inspiration. Your words of encouragement and reassurance have motivated me to keep pushing forward, even when the weight of responsibility felt overwhelming. Your love and your understanding have provided a safe haven for which I could recharge, find solace, and regain strength. I am truly grateful for the countless sacrifices you have made. Your patience and your flexibility during times in which my duties as mayor require my presence elsewhere have not gone unnoticed. I appreciate you understanding when family plans have to be rearranged and postponed. I think we can all understand this part. Moreover, I want to acknowledge the sacrifices you've made in terms of privacy and personal space. Being in the public eye can be challenging, and I know that it has affected each of you in different ways. Your ability to handle the scrutiny, the criticism, and intrusion with the grace and resilience has astounded me and made me immensely proud. While my time as mayor be coming to an end, our journey as a family continues, and I'm grateful for the lessons we have learned together and memories we have created. Your love and support have been the bedrock upon which I have built my success, and for that I am eternally grateful. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for standing by me, believing in me, and making sacrifices for me to serve our community as mayor. You've been my source of strength and inspiration, and I am incredibly blessed to have you as my family. Love you both. In closing, I am filled with a sense of pride and gratitude as I reflect on past 26 years. It has been an honor to serve you as your mayor, and I am confident our community will continue to thrive with our new mayor and council. Together, let's embrace the future with optimism and continue to make our city a place we're all proud to call home. Thank you, be kind to one another, take care of one another, and may our community flourish for generations to come. Love you all. It's 11:30. Let's go. All right. I put everything away. Mr. Manager, you have anything?
I can't follow that.
Smart move at this time. Council 9, do you have anything?
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded by Council Roy Harkins. Council Bouchard. Council Peters.
Councilor Matson.
Hey, Council Matson, sorry.
Council Matson.
And everybody else. So with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Good,